Okay, it's 8 o'clock. Guess we can jump into it without any further ado. Okay, so we finished off with CSS, and today we're jumping into selectors. So the selector types, right? Remember that declarations are a fundamental part of CSS because they apply a style to a selected element. But how do you decide which elements will get the style? Well, you do that with a selector. A selector is used to target the specific HTML elements to be styled by the declaration. One selector you may already be familiar with is the type selector. Just like its name suggests, the type selector matches the type of the element in the HTML document. In the previous lesson, you changed the color of a paragraph element. This is an instance of using a type selector. The element type is P, paragraph, which comes from the HTML paragraph element. Some important notes on type selector. The type selector does not include the angle brackets. Okay. And since element types are often referred to by their opening tag name, the type selector is sometimes referred to as the tag name or the element selector. Okay. So open style CSS on line 5, add a rule set using the type selector to target all h1 elements. Leave the declaration block empty for now. Right, that's pretty simple. h1. Inside the curly brackets, curly braces, add the declaration. We're changing the color to maroon with not a capital M. And there we go. We did change it to maroon. Seems straightforward enough. You learned how the type selector selects all elements of a given type. Well, the universal selector selects all elements of any type. Aha. Targeting all of the elements on the page has a few specific use cases, such as resetting default browser styling or selecting all children of a parent element. Don't worry if you don't understand the use cases right now. We will get to them later in our Learn CSS journey. The universal selector uses star character in the same place where you specify the type selector in a rule set, like so. All right, seems straightforward enough. See how the universal selector targets all elements on a page. Copy the rule below and paste it on the first line of style CSS. I don't believe in copy pasting code, so we will just solid red. Just type it out. It applied border to everything. Okay, cool. Next. Class. CSS is not limited to selecting elements by their type. As you know, HTML elements can also have attributes. When working with HTML and CSS, a class attribute is one of the most common ways to select an element. E-class brand. Okay, and dot brand. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. On line 11 of index HTML, there's an h1 element with a class title. Yes. Open style CSS on line 13. Use the class selector to create a rule set that selects that HTML element using the class title. So title. So not use empty rule sets. maybe mean empty rule sets. What if we do color red? Oh, it's just warning us about the empty thing. Okay, and inside we change the color to teal. Beautiful teal. Multiple classes. We can use CSS to select an HTML element's class attribute by name. And so far, we've selected elements using only one class name per element. Every HTML element had a single class. All the style information for each element would require a new class. Luckily, it is possible to add more than one class name to an HTML element's class attribute. For instance, perhaps there's a heading element that needs to be green and bold. You could write two CSS rule sets like so. Yes, then you could include both of these classes on one HTML element like this. You can add multiple classes to an HTML element's class attribute by separating them with a space. This enables us to mix and match CSS classes to create many unique styles without writing custom class for every style combination needed. So on line 11, we have title. Add a second class named uppercase. Title uppercase. Then we go style CSS. Probably declare a new rule set. Case. And we add text transform. Uppercase. Yeah, we got uppercase. Next, ID. Well, I assume we can do the same with IDs as well. Oftentimes, it's important to select a single element with CSS to give it its own unique style. If an HTML element needs to be styled uniquely, we can give it an ID using the ID attribute. In contrast to class, which accepts multiple values and can be used broadly throughout the HTML document, an element's ID can only have a single value and only be used once per page. To select an element's ID with CSS, we prepend the ID name with a number sign. For instance, if we wanted to select an HTML element in the example above, it would look like this. Okay, so on line 11, add an ID value article title. Okay. The article title. Should probably be consistent and use the same brackets, not brackets, clauses. I forgot the word again. Clauses or whatever. So, and in style CSS, we just do hashtag article title, and we change the font family cursive. Oh my god, this is not cursive. This is whatchamacallit. What is the name of the font? Comic Sans, yeah. Attributes. You may remember that some HTML elements use attributes to add extra detail or functionality to the element. Some familiar attributes may be href and source, but there are many more, including class and ID. The attribute selector can be used to target HTML elements that already contain attributes. Elements of the same type can be targeted differently by their attribute or attribute value. I did not know that. This alleviates the need to add new code like class or ID attributes. Attributes can be selected similarly to types, classes, and IDs. Oh, you just add it to the corner bracket things. The most basic syntax is an attribute surrounded by square brackets. Yeah, that was the word that I was looking for. In the above example, href would target all elements with an href attribute and set the color to magenta. And it can get more granular from there by adding type and or attribute values. One way is by using type attribute star equals value. In short, this code selects an element where the attribute contains any instance of specified value. So it kind of works like regex with any character before that, as long as it includes the word winter or summer. The HTML code above renders two image elements, each containing a source attribute with the value equaling a link to an image file. The attribute selector is used to target each image individually. First, a rule set looks for an image element with an attribute of source that contains a string winter and sets the height to 50 pixels. The second rule set looks for an image element with an attribute of source that contains the string summer and sets the height to 100 pixels. Okay. So we need to use the A. We need to select an A element with an href attribute value containing Florence. And then we just do this. Guess it's going to warn us about, empty rule sets. I mean, I didn't copy it, but I did type it in. Oh, we just need to also change the color. Color light green. Use the attribute selector to select the A element that has an href. Select A element that has an href value, which contains Beijing. And we add a declaration changing the color to light blue. Finally, use the attribute selector to change the A element that has an href value containing Seoul. And we are changing the color to light pink. There we go. So we're changing the learn more things. Okay. Seems useful. Pseudo class. You may have observed how the appearance of certain elements can change or be in a different state after certain user interactions. For instance, When you click on an input element and a blue border is added showing that it is in focus. When you click on a blue A link to visit another site, but when you return to the link's text, the link's text is purple. When you're filling out a form and the submit button is grayed out and disabled, but when all the fields have been filled out, the button has a color showing that it's active. These are all examples of pseudo-class selectors in action. In fact, focus, visited, disabled, and active are all pseudo-classes. Factors such as user interaction, site navigation, and position in the document tree can all give elements a different state with pseudo-class. Pseudo-class can be attached to any selector, and it is always written as a colon followed by a name. For example, hover. Okay, so whenever we hover over a paragraph element, it's going to change the background color to lime. Okay. So we need to add a rule set that selects an A element on the page and leave it empty for now. Next, we need to add a hover pseudo class. And lastly, we change the color to dark orange. Yeah, so whenever we scroll over to learn more buttons, they're gonna be colored orange. Cool. Classes and IDs. CSS can select HTML elements by their type, class, and ID. CSS classes and IDs have different purposes, which can affect which one you use to style HTML elements. CSS classes are meant to be reused over many elements. By writing CSS classes, you can style elements in a variety of ways by mixing classes. For instance, imagine a page with two headlines. One headline needs to be bold and blue, and the other needs to be bold and green. Instead of writing separate CSS rules for each headline that repeat each other's code, it's better to write a bold CSS rule and a green CSS rule and a blue CSS rule. Then you can give one headline the bold green classes and the other bold blue classes. While classes are meant to be used many times, an ID is meant to style only one element. As you'll learn in the next exercise, IDs overwrite the styles of types and classes. Since IDs overwrite these styles, they should be used sparingly and only one element that needs and only on elements that need to always appear the same. Oh no, the yawning has come back. To demonstrate using classes on multiple elements, let's give a few elements the same style. In index.html, there are 4 h2 elements. Give each of them a class of heading background. Okay, destination heading background. So that's 1, 2, 3, and that's the 4th one. Now let's give a unique style to a single element using ID. On line 13 on index.html, So over here, there's an H6 element that displays the time the article on the page was published. Add an ID attribute to the H6 and give it a value of publish time. Okay? Publish time. Then in style CSS, I assume we just write so class rule set targeting heading background, and we're gonna give it a background color aqua. Did I spell that correctly? Yes. Right, and then we target the ID element with hashtag, what was it called? Publish time. Publish time. And we're gonna give it a color gray. Nice. Specificity. Specificity is the order by which the browser decides which CSS styles will be displayed. A best practice in CSS is to style elements while using the lowest degree of specificity, so that if an element needs a new style, it's easy to override. IDs are the most specific selector in CSS, followed by classes, and finally type. For example, consider the following HTML and CSS. So it has a class, and the type. So since class overrides type, this headline should be fire brick color. In the example code above, the color of the heading would be set to fire brick. Yeah. As the selector class is more specific than the type selector, if an ID attribute or a selector were added to the code above, the styles within the ID selector's body would override all the other styles for the heading. Over time, as files grow with code, many elements may have IDs, which can make CSS difficult to edit since a new, more specific style must be created to change the style of an element. To make styles easy to edit, it's best to style with a type selector if possible. If not, add a class selector. If that is not specific enough, then consider using an ID selector. Alright, so to compare type, class, and ID specificity, let's add a class and ID to an existing element. On line 12, have an h5 element with the author's name. Give the element a class of author class as author class and an ID of author ID. The element now has three ways of selecting it: by type, class, and ID. Add the three following rule sets to the bottom of style CSS utilizing each of the selectors. Sure thing. So first we select the H5 element and we change the color to yellow. Then we target the author class and we change the color to pink. And then we target the author ID And we change the color to cornflower blue. Cornflower blue. And it should be cornflower blue. Wait, what are we targeting? The H5 by Stacy Gray. Oh, yeah. So it is cornflower blue. Okay. Chaining. When writing CSS rules, it's possible to require an HTML element to have two or more CSS selectors at the same time. This is done by combining multiple selectors, which we will refer to as chaining. For instance, if there was a special class for H1 elements, CSS class, the CSS would look like below. So we just separate it over a dot. So we need to write a selector that selects an H2 element with a class of destination. Oh, we're not selecting two elements. We're selecting an element and we're selecting a class. So if we're selecting a class, it's going to be H2 dot class name. If we're selecting, I assume, if we're selecting an ID, I mean an element and an ID, it's going to be element hashtag ID. I mean, we can try that. Let's first write this one. So font family Homa. So that should change destination. Up attractions. What are we selected with the destination? Destination class Beijing, China. Destination class France, Italy. Oh, it's the names of the places. Okay, well, what if we target, say, I want to target something that doesn't have anything applied to it. Let's say a list element. Let's give it ID of list item. So now in CSS, if we want to target, for example, a list item with an ID of list item, can we do that? Let's change the color to, say, I don't know, orange. Oh, it worked. Okay. So my assumption was correct. If we're targeting an element and then a class, we do element dot class. If we're targeting an element and an ID, we do element hashtag ID. And what if we want to target two elements? For example, oh, but we can't, because no one element would have two elements. Unless, for example, because technically the parent-child relationship should kick in. Let's look at doesn't have anything applied to it yet. I guess the main text. It's a description. Does have something applied to it. Does it? Wait, no, it doesn't. Okay, so let's say we want to target how about it's a div? Body div. But we don't need to do that, I guess. Because all the divs are going to be targeted anyway if we just target a div. Okay, never mind. Let's move on. My imagination is going nuts a little bit. Okay, descendant combinator. In addition to chaining selectors to select elements, CSS can also support selecting elements that are nested within other HTML elements. That's what I was talking about, also known as descendants. For instance, consider the following HTML. So that's exactly what I wanted to do. We have an unordered list and we have a bunch of list items. And then the nested list elements are descendants of the unordered list element and can be selected with the descendant combinator, like so. Oh, so you have to add the parent element to a class, and then you select that class, and then you select elements from within that parent. Yeah, in the example above, main list selects the element with the main list class, and the descendants are selected by adding list item to the selector, separated by a space. This results in main list as the final selector. Selecting elements in this way can make our selectors even more specific by making sure they appear in the context we expect. Okay, so in index, each destination has a paragraph with a description class below it. Nested within each description paragraph is an h5 element with a text top attractions. They're a little hard to read since they turned yellow. Let's fix that. Right. So it's top attractions within a div. So we would write dot descriptions, right? That's what it's called. Description. Description, and we want to select the h5 element. Yeah, and we change the color to blue violet. Yep, that works. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Okay. Now we combine them together, chaining and specificity. In the last exercise, instead of selecting all h5 elements, you selected only the h5 elements nested inside the description elements. This CSS selector was more specific than writing only h5. Adding more than one tag, class, or ID to a CSS selector increases the specificity of the CSS selector. For instance, consider the following. Both of these CSS rules define what a paragraph element should look like. Since main P has a class and P type, As its selector, only the p elements inside the main element will appear red. This occurs despite there being another more general rule that states p elements should be blue. To show how specificity increases with additional selectors, let's create another rule set with the descendant combinator and then compare it to the rule set without. So we need to write a rule set using descendant combinator to select H4 elements nested in the elements. So we do Lee H4. Right? And then we change the color to gold. Yeah. Now create a rule set targeting elements with just the H4 type. So we target just the H4 and we change the color to Dodger blue. Dodger color Dodger blue. Yeah. So we changed these to gold. But all the other H4s, which are what? Wait, something's not working. These are the only H4s. These are within list item. And we don't really have any other H4s. Okay, what if we add just an H4 here? That just has like, I don't know, Mount Chiliad. Yeah, so it turns blue, while the other ones remain gold because they're more specifically targeted. All right. Multiple selectors. In order to make CSS more concise, it's possible to add CSS styles to multiple CSS selectors all at once. This prevents writing repetitive code. For instance, the following code has repetitive style attributes. Instead of writing font family Georgia twice for two selectors, we can separate the selectors by a comma to apply the same style to both, like this. Okay. So by separating the CSS selectors with a comma, both H1 elements and the elements within the menu class will receive the font family Georgia styling. Roger that. So we need to write a selector for the selectors H5 and we have to apply the font family of mono space. Well, that's pretty straightforward. I guess not to be confused with just this, because this will select H4 elements within list item elements, while this will apply the same declaration to both. So yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind. And the review. Throughout this lesson, you learned how to select HTML elements with CSS and apply styles to them. Oh, what is up with the yawning? I'll have to like stand up and do some push-ups to get some blood flowing into my brain. So we learned the CSS can select elements by type, class, ID, and attribute. All elements can be selected using the universal selector. An element can have different states using the pseudo class selector. Multiple CSS classes can be applied to one HTML element. Classes can be reusable, while IDs can only be used once. IDs are more specific than classes, and classes are more specific than type. That means IDs will override any styles from a class, and classes will override any style from a type selector. Multiple selectors can be chained together to select an element. This raises the specificity, but can be necessary. Nested elements can be selected by separating selectors with a space, and multiple unrelated selectors can receive the same style by separating the selector names with commas. Right. Great work! And we have a quiz. Yeah. Okay, what is the main difference between inline styles and the style tag? So the style tag allows you to write CSS in a separate file. Wrong. Inline styles directly modify individual HTML elements using the style attribute, whereas style tag allows you to write CSS in a dedicated section of the HTML file. Well, probably, I'm like 97% sure this is the right answer. Inline styles allow you to write a separate file. No, there's no difference. It's this one. What is the most specific selector in the code below? So okay, it's between the ID and this one. It's a class selector that's selecting a paragraph within class. So I'm thinking but it's still a class selector. And this is an ID selector. I guess let's go with the ID one. Because, okay, depends on what you compare it to. Because this is selecting two different things. But if it wasn't, okay, I'm gonna go with the ID selector. Yeah, ID selectors with hashtag are more specific than any selector, only using element type and or class selectors. Okay, so ID trumps everything. Separating HTML and CSS into their own files helps accomplish which of the following? Enhances web page loading time? No. Better looking CSS styles? No. More specific CSS selectors? No. Separating HTML structure from CSS styles makes the code in both languages easier to read and maintain. Yes. Which of the following statements is correct? Tags are more specific than IDs. Wrong. Multiple classes are more specific than IDs and tags. Also wrong. IDs are more specific than classes and tags. Probably correct. And classes are more specific than IDs and tags. IDs are more specific than classes and tags. The following code attempts to style a paragraph using the style tag, but fails to do so. Why? Because you then don't need to use this style attribute. Contents, you must either use inline styles or the style tag, but not both. Contents of the style tag must be a CSS code, not HTML code. These three are pretty similar. The style attribute of the paragraph element. Oh, it's right. They're attempting to write actual paragraph element. Yeah, so the contents of style tag must be CSS code, not HTML code. E will not appear at all. It won't because it's in the head. Yeah. What is the correct syntax to select an element inside another element? Separated by a space. So it's this one. What is the purpose of the HTML link tag when it comes to styling page? Make sure that all links are styled correctly on the page. Nope. To determine the specificity of CSS rules. Nope. To make sure that your inline styles are applied correctly. No. To link a specific style sheet file to an HTML file so that styles can get applied on the page. Yeah. Complete the code below to link a CSS file called main CSS to an HTML file. So href equals main CSS and relationship is style sheet. Following HTML code attempts to use inline styling to change the color of the paragraph text, but fails to do so. Why? Inline styling to change the color of the paragraph text. Code red. So you don't really need that. And wait, there's no style tag. Color attribute is invalid. It should be changed to style, then set to color red. Yeah, it's this one. What is the correct syntax to style multiple unrelated selectors? Separated. Yes. Which of the following best describes the concept of CSS selector specificity? Specificity refers to how a browser decides which styles to display when there are multiple styles defined that could apply to the same element. Seems like the correct answer. Specificity refers to whether you style multiple selectors for the same rule. Specificity refers to the order in which HTML elements appear in the browser immediately after rendering. That's nonsense. And specificity refers to how descriptively you write your class. So I think it's the first one. Specificity refers to how a browser decides which styles to display when there are multiple styles defined that could apply to the same element. Yeah. How does the style HTML tag? Oh, what does the style HTML tag allow? So writing one or more CSS rules in CSS syntax inside an HTML file. Well, that's the correct answer right there. It links external CSS files. Wrong. It's the only way to apply styles inside the HTML file. Wrong, because there's also inline. It automatically adds common styles to your website. Yeah, that's nonsense answers. Okay, so we have introduction to visual rules. But before that, we're gonna take a little break. I did look up timer. So we're gonna take a little break and I'm gonna turn on the timer so that the people know when I'll be back. And for YouTube, I'm gonna just edit the breaks out altogether, which I failed to do so with the first video, so I do apologize for that, but it was just too much of a hassle because I uploaded straight from Twitch to YouTube and then from YouTube, and there's no like editing capabilities on YouTube for videos that are over 6 hours long. So I couldn't just cut it out. So I had to download it, but once I downloaded the video, it kind of reduced the quality of the video, so it's whatever. We'll fix it in the next videos. Anyway, let's take a break. I'll see you guys in Okay, we are back. Let's continue our journey. So, introduction to visual rules. So, the purpose of CSS is to add style to a web page. And each element on the page can have, oh, 1 second. Getting a text message from dear girlfriend asking what the dog is doing. The dog is currently sleeping. So each element on the page can have many style properties. Some of the basic properties relate to the size, style, and color of an element. In this lesson, you'll learn some fundamental CSS visual rules that you can use to start styling web page elements. Think about how it relates to the web page on the right side of the browser. I'll skip that. Font family. If you've ever used word processing software like Microsoft Word or Google Docs, chances are that you probably also used a feature that allows you to change the font you were typing in. Font refers to the technical term typeface, or font family. To change the typeface of the text on your web page, you can use the font family property. In the example above, the font family for all main heading elements has been set to Garamond. Garamond. Okay, the dog is not sleeping anymore. He's rolling on the floor with his bone in his mouth. Anyway, when setting typefaces on a web page, keep the following points in mind. The font specified must be installed on the user's computer or downloaded with the site. Web-safe fonts are a group of fonts supported across most browsers and operating systems. Unless you're using web-safe fonts, the font you choose may not appear the same between all the browsers and operating systems. When the name of a typeface consists of more than one word, it's best to practice to enclose the typeface's name in quotes. Like so. Oh, okay. So in the style CSS, set the font family of the main heading H1 and the subheading H2 to Georgia. Sure, we can do that. We can add them separately, or we could be smart web developers and do H1, H2, font family. Will this work though? Curious. Font family Georgia. Yeah, that should work. Next, add a style rule that sets the font family of the paragraph to Helvetica. Since paragraph we only have one, you can just say font family Helvetica. Dunzo. Font size. Changing the typeface isn't the only way to customize text. Oftentimes, different sections of a web page are highlighted by modifying the font size. To change the size of text on your web page, you can use the font size property. In the example above, the font size of all paragraphs was set to 18 pixels. So we need to change it to 18 pixels. So font size 18 pixel. Wait. Oh, I changed it to H1. My bad. Font size 18 pixels. There we go. The font weight. In CSS, the font weight property controls how bold or thin text appears. In the example above, all paragraphs on the web page would appear bolded. The font weight property has another value, normal. Why does it exist? If we wanted all text on a web page to appear bolded, we could select all text elements and change their font weight to bold. If a certain section of text was required to appear normal, however, we could set the font weight of that particular element to normal, essentially shutting off bold for that element. So we want to change the font weight of the paragraph to bold. There we go. Text align. No matter how much styling is applied to text, the text always appears on the left side of the container in which it resides. To align text, we can use text align property. Text align property will align text to the element that holds it, otherwise known as its parent. Text align property can be set to one of the following commonly used values: left, center, right, and justify. Spaces out text in order to align with the right and left side of the parent element. Okay, so setting H1 to text align to the center. Center. There we go. Color and background color. Before discussing the specifics of color, it's important to make two distinctions about color. Color can affect the following design aspects: foreground color and background color. Foreground color is the color that an element appears in. For example, when a heading is styled to appear green, the foreground color of the heading has been styled. Wait, what? Foreground color is the color that an element appears in. Okay, so when a heading is styled to appear green, the foreground color of the heading has been styled. So essentially the text color. Conversely, when a heading is styled so that its background appears yellow, the background color of the heading has been styled. In CSS, these two design aspects can be styled with the following two properties: color and background color. Okay, so we need to take a look at the caption on the image at the bottom of the page. This one, I assume. Set the background color in .caption selector to white. Background color white. Then in the same rule set the color of the text to black. Color black. Black, not blackle. There we go. Opacity. Opacity is the measure of how transparent an element is. It's measured from 0 to 1, with 1 representing 100% or fully visible and opaque, and 0 representing 0% or fully invisible. Opacity can be used to make elements fade into others for a nice overlay effect. To adjust the opacity of an element, the syntax looks like this: opacity blah 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 blah. So we need the caption, set the caption opacity to 0.75. Opacity 0.75. Cool. Background image. CSS has the ability to change the background of an element. One option is to make the background of an element an image. This is done through the CSS property background image. Okay, the background image property will set the element's background to display an image. The value provided to background image is a URL. The URL should be a URL to an image. The URL can be a file within your project, or it can be a link to an external site. To link an image inside an existing project, you must provide a relative file path. Yeah, we learned that already. If there was an image folder in the project with an image named mountains.jpg, the relative file path would look like below. Yes. So in style CSS, change the background image of an element with the .image class. The image is stored in the following URL, but it's already here. Wait, courses freelance 1. Oh, it's not the same. Let's just copy this and change this. There we go. Now we have some kind of grainy picture of the night. Important. Important can be applied to specific declarations instead of full rules. It will override any style, no matter how specific it is. As a result, it should almost never be used. Once important is used, it is very hard to override. Syntax of important in CSS looks like this. So you just add import at the end, yeah. Since important is used on the paragraph selector's color attribute, all paragraph elements will appear blue, even though there is a more specific main paragraph selector that sets the color attribute to red. One justification for using important is when working with multiple style sheets. Yeah, I had this problem. I had multiple style sheets for my project, and for whatever reason, I could not make the text inside a card to center. Or no, I could not get the image within a card to appear at the top of the card. It would always appear on the right side to the text. So hearing weird noises. Yeah, so I had to go to um, Stack Overflow for help on that one. Anyway, imagine style library CSS is a style sheet that is full of good styles. You don't like how it is turning the color of H1 yellow. In style CSS, add an important rule to the color style of inside the H1 rule set to change the color back to white. H1, so we just add important. No, he doesn't like that. Yeah, there we go. Do we want to watch the video? Sure, let's watch the video.
Hey everyone, I'm Aubrey, a Codecademy coach and web developer based out of Colorado. Today we're going to be practicing and learning about the visual rules concepts in our Learn CSS course. I've pre-built a project for us to work with that we'll be adding styles to. We'll work with properties that affect text and some that give decoration to the page. And this is what the page will look like when we start. Very bare bones, and this is what the page will look like when we're finished. Before getting started, I want to go over the key concepts we'll cover, which are CSS declarations and rules, and using CSS properties to change the look of our sites. By the end of the video, you should be able to create CSS declarations, construct CSS rules, change the styling of text using multiple CSS properties, apply foreground and background color to elements, adjust the opacity of an element, and use an image as the background of an element.
Well,
Before
technically
we
we
dive
just
into the
went through
project
all
I
of
built for
that,
us today,
so I don't think we should watch this because it's 20 minutes long. Not really worth it, in my opinion. Okay, let's move on. Which of the following is a correct CSS declaration? Obviously this one. Which of the following will set an element's background to an image? Background image, URL, image JPEG. It is this one. What does font family property control? It allows you to group all fonts to use in your style sheet into a family. Finds and creates a new font, typeface used by the element. Yeah. How would you make an H1 element invisible on the page? By setting the opacity to 0. How will the following CSS rules affect the text in the H1 elements? It'll change the text color blue. What will the color of the links will be after applying CSS below? Links. Wait, links? So we're applying green to everything. However, in some places it will get overridden by blue, but only yeah, because links in the A tags, right? Got confused there for a second. But then all of the A tags are overridden with an important declaration. So yeah, so it should be red. The font weight property will adjust which of the following: how transparent text appears, no, how thin or thick text appears, thick, how small or large text appears, and spacing between letters, thin or thick. Let's move on, because we're learning essentially what I already know pretty much, and I can't wait to jump into JavaScript. Anyway, documentation CSS. The provided link goes directly to the go-to documentation for CSS. This is helpful if you would like a comprehensive resource for understanding the key concepts of CSS and understanding how to debug common CSS problems. Instead of trying to remember it all, use the documentation as it is readily available as a resource for syntax or implementation help. We will eventually. Okay, we have a project. Healthy recipes. Coincidentally enough, I am building a recipe website myself, so here's what to expect. Check off the project tasks, blah 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 blah. Let's start the project. Matter of fact, before we start, I'm gonna take a quick piss. Okay, let's jump into the project. So, using CSS selectors, we have to give a recipe website some new style. Before you begin, take a look at the site's structure in index.html. Start by making the image at the top page a little smaller. Okay, so we have link to the style sheet. We have the image. Let's actually add an ID to this so that we can target this specifically. So top page image. And we need to set it to 150 pixels. So top page image, we set the height to 150 pixels. That's correct, right? B? Yeah, now it's smaller. Then, font size of the recipe description should be larger. Recipe description. So, this one. Write a CSS selector for the description class. Same thing. Description. We want to change the font size to 20 pixels. There we go. Task 2 done. Next, let's style the cooking time. Has an ID attribute of cook time. Just want to change it to bold. Okay, so cook time. Hey Abhilash, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're changing the ID attribute to font weight bold. Font weight to bold. This is your first time in Twitch? Well, welcome. It's a coincidence. You could have joined yesterday because that was my first time streaming on Twitch. So this is my second time on Twitch. So we're changing the font weight to bold. Let's see if it changed. Yes, it did. What brings you to programming specifically? Because typically people, when they join first, they go to gaming or just chatting channels. So now we want to change the bullet points of the ingredients into squares instead of circles. So we have to target a selector for the list elements with the ingredients element. Is there... Oh, okay, so we'll target a class and then all the list elements. So you're a software developer, just saw many people using Twitch, so started it and... Basically I'm just learning software development, to be honest. Like I quit my job probably like almost half a year ago. I decided I wanted to pivot into software development. So I finished a boot camp. I think it was in February. And ever since I've been sort of self-teaching myself how to code. And recently I started with Codecademy. And basically now I'm doing a course in Codecademy for back-end development, back-end engineering. and just following the course. So currently we're just sort of brushing up on the basics of CSS, of HTML, all those other things. How long have you been a software developer for? Selector for the list elements inside of the element. Damn. Now I'm kind of worried. I'm like, God damn, there's a experienced software developer here. Gotta keep my cool and show my true colors. Um, uh, it's a mini project. And we're basically just following along these tasks. It's not an app. We're basically doing these courses. There's a syllabus and everything, and at the end of the course, you get a sort of mini projects to apply all the theory that you learned from the course. So we're just doing a mini project. It's not some kind of like super big project or anything like that. But eventually, I'll probably pivot to doing real projects. I'm probably gonna go back to my project that I have started on my recipe website, which I put on pause because I just feel like I need to learn a bit more to continue. So we are setting. Got a bit distracted. Okay, let's change the bullet points and ingredients list into squares instead of circles. Start by writing a selector for the list elements inside of the ingredients element. Okay, so ingredients list elements, and we want to change the list style to square. Yep, that worked. Now next let's make the time for each preparation step. Let's make the time for each preparation step to appear gray. So that's styled with, that's in PPP, yeah, within list. Oh, but they also have a class of time. Okay, that's close, simple enough. So time E, want to change the color to gray. Didn't really change it. Or am I hallucinating? No, it didn't change it. Let's take a look. Time P. Color gray. Oh, gray, not gray. That did not help. Missing something simple, probably. Oh, I think I have to do the element first and then time. Like so, yeah. At the bottom of the page, there's a link to full recipe. Let's make the link a different color. On line 42, there's a P element with a class of citation. Yes. Then an A element inside it with a class of external link. Yes. Navigate to style CSS and write a selector using external link class. Then add this code. So we're just changing the external link class color. Okay. External changing the color to sea green. Yep, that worked. And finally, let's make the font Helvetica instead of the default Times New Roman. Instead of writing multiple selectors to apply the font family property, write a selector that applies a font family attribute to all text at once. Selector should target H1, H2, P, and Li elements, so not to all text, but only this specific text in these selectors. Okay, well, we can do H1, H2, P, and Li. Change the font family to Helvetica. Wait, that change? It's hard to tell. No, it did change, yeah. Oh. Okay, done. I mean, this is basic stuff right now. We're gonna jump into learning JavaScript soon. So I'm just kind of breezing through HTML, CSS because I've already know a little bit. Another mini project. In this project, you use your blah 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 appearance of photography portfolio site. Okay. Review the different HTML elements you have to work with, then navigate to style CSS. Start by making the header section stand out a bit more. Select the header element, make its background color cornflower blue by using the header cornflower blue. Okay. Header color cornflower blue. Oh, background color. There. You sure? The header? Make its background color cornflower. I mean, it looks pretty ugly, but whatever you say. Now change how the text is aligned in the top header section. Sure. Text align. We want to align it to the center. Now we want to make the paragraph below Olivia's name have a larger text size. Below her name is here. We have About Me section. Let's target the About Me font size. I want to set it to 20 pixels. There we go. Honestly, if I went to a website of a developer specializing in HTML and CSS and I saw a website like this, I would run. Next. Looks a little dark against the blue background. So we want to change it, change the opacity. I guess we can do it. We have About Me here, which is inside a div. So now we have to target it again. And if I just add the opacity here, it will change the opacity of, wait, I'm just doing font size, so it shouldn't do anything. Wait, no, it will. It'll change the opacity of the text color. So I shouldn't target that. Wait, but why am I using the About Me selector? Oh, that's what we're going for. Never mind. I mean, stylistic decisions, you can disagree with me, but did not make it look any better. Let's go. In the project section, make the section titles bold. Title elements, section titles, design projects, web development projects. Okay. So just title or titles. It's title. Font weight. Bold. There we go. Change the main title color so that it matches the background color more nicely. Set the color for H1 elements to Azure. For H1 elements. Thing. Color. Sure. Wait. Oh, that's the only thing. Okay, that's done. Instead of the page being in the default Times font, change the font of the entire page. Select the body element and make the font family of the page Georgia. Thing. Body font family Georgia. And finally, let's make the background of the page more interesting. And then the body selector, set the background image property to this URL. Wait, now I have to remember how to use it. I think it's like this. Then we paste in the URL. Wait, what happened? I think I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Okay, didn't ruin anything. So we do it like so. Yeah. I remembered correctly. Cool. I mean, we could play around with this a little further, but I don't see the point. Intro to Chrome DevTools. Video time. Okay, let's watch the video.
Hi everyone, my name's Alexis and I'm a New York-based developer. In this video, we'll be using Chrome DevTools. This is a browser-based developer tool for the Chrome browser. We'll learn how to use Chrome DevTools to develop websites by inspecting the HTML and CSS source code and modifying the DOM to prototype or create an initial version of website in the browser. Perhaps some of you have already used Chrome DevTools on your own. The purpose of this video is to introduce you to Chrome DevTools and how to use it. By the end of this video, you should know how to access Chrome DevTools, use it to view HTML and CSS source code, and alter the DOM or document object model. Let's get started with this incredible tool. So, what are developer tools? Well, most browsers come with cool features that help us as web developers. The most popular of these browser-based web tools is Chrome DevTools. So you can think of the browser as a toolbox and the various features and functions of it as our tools, and we can use those tools to then test out changes to our website, debug code, and a whole lot more. There are many things that DevTools can do, but in this video, we'll only be focusing on the Elements tab. However, after you finish watching this, I highly encourage you all to click on the many tabs and see what they do. Let's open DevTools and check it out. To use Chrome DevTools, open the Chrome browser and navigate to the website you want to work with. This can be a project on your computer or a website on the internet. Here, we'll take a look at the Codecademy website with Chrome DevTools. We have two choices here. We can use a shortcut or combination of keys to open Chrome DevTools. Or we can right-click on the mouse and choose Inspect from the menu. That's it, we opened DevTools. So pause the video here and practice this on your own. Open up the browser to Codecademy or another website and open the Chrome DevTools pane. When you're able to do that, play the video. Let's go further and take a look at the code that makes up Codecademy. In the Chrome DevTools pane, you can see the code that makes up a website by clicking on the Elements tab if it isn't already open. We can see the website's HTML and CSS. This is called inspecting the HTML and CSS source code. This is a great way to take a closer look at a website and learn how interesting features of a website are made. To look at a particular HTML element, we can click on any of the HTML code in the Elements pane, or use the Select Element icon to directly click on it in the browser. It's then highlighted in the Elements pane. Let's see what that looks like. Do you have a favorite website or one you think is interesting? Pause the video and put your skills to the test. Open a tab to visit that website, then inspect the code of the website. When finished with that, continue playing the video. Now that we see the code that makes up a website, let's actually change it. Let's modify the existing CSS and change the appearance of a website. We'll select the HTML element we want to modify first. Let's say the sign up button here that says Start Coding Now. And in the Styles pane, we can directly edit the CSS rules, specifically the background color, by changing the value or using the color picker. So, perfect. Alright, it's your turn now. So, with the browser open, visit a website like codecademy.com and change the background color of one of the elements using DevTools.
Yeah, we're not
When you're
going
able to do that, play the video.
Not yet, at least.
On second thought, we don't like how this looks. So, we refresh the page and the button changes back to purple. This means that changes we make in Chrome DevTools are not permanent. This is because we aren't changing the code that makes up the website, but a representation of the code called the DOM. The DOM, or document object model, is the browser's interpretation of the source code. So be aware that the source code and the DOM are in fact different and separate. That's all we need to know to get started with web development at the moment, but as we start to add JavaScript to our websites, this will become very important, and as we build more complex features, as well as use libraries like React. We can now see that using DevTools is a great way to quickly experiment with changes to a website without some fear of breaking it. So doing this is called prototyping in the browser, and it's a way of developing websites by making changes to a website in the browser itself in response to how it looks, rather than working off of written instructions or a photoshopped image of a website and somehow trying to translate that into code. It's fast, easy, and temporary to make changes this way, and we can also see the result of our changes instantaneously. Now that we have DevTools open, let's play with the website without permanently changing the code. Let's switch the color of the sign up button here that says Start Coding Now to red. We can do that by selecting the element with the Select Element tool, and then clicking on the Styles pane, then the plus sign for a new style rule, and directly typing in the CSS declaration to change it to red. We'll use background color and set the value here to red, and it changes instantaneously. So we can add more styling rather than just play with the existing CSS.
Oh, that's cool.
All
I
right,
thought you
your
could
turn
only
now.
like
Pause the
edit
video here and
the
practice what I showed
existing
you by going to
HTML and
Codecademy or another
CSS.
website. Add a new CSS rule to an element like background color or font family. When you're able to do that, continue watching. Let's see if we can modify the HTML and the DOM like we did the CSS. Let's look at the HTML elements or the content of a website. We want to change the largest heading on the current web page, the H1, to read, "You can do this." Let's select the H1 element using the select element icon, and we'll click on that. And we'll right-click on the highlighted HTML and choose Edit as HTML, and a text box will open. And we'll change the content here to read, "You can do this." Press Enter or Tab, and our changes are applied. Alright, it's your turn now. So we all know that you can do this too. So pause the video and practice what I've
Reminds
shown
me
you.
of Dora.
Change the H1 element
Hola.
on the Codecademy.com webpage to
Now
read,
you
"I
say
can do
hola.
this." And once that text is successfully changed, continue watching. So we can change existing content on a website via the DOM, but can we add and remove HTML elements as well? The answer is yes. Let's create an HTML element, a heading above Get Started for Free, so My Name Alexis displays on the website. So to start, I'm going to choose that H2 heading that says Get Started for Free. I'll use the Select Element feature of Chrome DevTools to choose that element. Right-click and choose Edit HTML. Then create the HTML element we want with the tags and content. We press Enter, Command, or simply hit Tab, and now Alexis appears on the home page. We may also delete this or any other HTML element on a website we're inspecting by selecting that element in the Elements tab of DevTools, and then right-clicking on that highlighted HTML and selecting Delete Element. And just like that, the element and the text disappears. Okay, so it's your turn to practice. So pause the video here and make Codecademy your own by going to Codecademy.com and adding your name to the home page. When you're done, move on to wrap up. That wraps up this video. We explored the Codecademy website using Chrome DevTools and even made some temporary changes.
Okay, pretty cool. It's crazy how even though I did extensive, well, not extensive, but something like maybe 50 hours worth of CSS and HTML learning combined in my bootcamp and on Web3 schools as well. And also on my project. There's still new things and simple things like that you can learn. Okay, next we have CSS with visual rules in Chrome Inspector. Let's take a look quickly how... Okay, this will be the last push, pretty much before lunch. Alright, so we'll take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we are going to come back and then finish up, and then probably until lunch either start with JavaScript or start that after lunch. But yeah, for now, 10-minute break. I will see you guys in 10. Okay, let's go back to CSS visual rules in Chrome Inspector. So in this article, we will learn how to use browse developer tools to analyze a web page's HTML and CSS, as well as learn techniques to help speed up your development workflow. So we will need an internet browser. Good thing we have one right here. Browser developer tools allow web developers to quickly collect important information on most websites. These tools are available within most major web browsers like Chrome, Safari, and Firefox, to name a few. Because Google Chrome is preferred browser for many professional developers, we'll learn how to use the browser developer tools within Google Chrome, known as Chrome DevTools. So the quickest way of accessing DevTools, right click and inspect. Yeah. To view the CSS styles, we just go to, oh, it immediately opens the styles tab. Oh, I probably shouldn't be showing some of this. Open an incognito Chrome browser. This will allow you to read the article while completing the following steps. Fine. Wait. New incognito window. What about a tab? Can we just change it? Fine, we'll open a new window. Let's make it smaller. Oh, it's not gonna let me view it because I need to be signed in. Okay, never mind. What are we doing here in general? Notice interactive DOM with HTML elements that contains the current content of the web page. As you mouse over, notice that tools will highlight the corresponding each blah 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 blah. It's pretty much basic stuff. Alternatively, click the select element icon. Yes. On the right hand. Remember, the Styles tab shows all styles applied to that element. Rules can often be overwritten by more specific rules, which causes the horizontal block line. Oh, if it's overwritten, it'll cross it out. To instead view only the styles applied to that specific element, click on the Computed tab directly next to the Styles tab on the right pane. Okay. So if we select, for example, this element, and we compare it to styles, it's showing so it has the styles PTN class, which should be here somewhere. Styles spacing lose. Oh, there it is. Styles PTN. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna show, if we click on styles, I'm assuming it's showing all of the styles applied to that specific element and also to the parent elements where this element is in. If we click on computed, it shows specifically the styles applied for that element. So then if you want to change something, we can do so. Wait, can we? Oh, we have to change it in styles here. Okay. Modifying. Adding, modifying HTML. Well, it's pretty much the same stuff that we saw in the video, so I don't see the need to go through it too much. And we have external source as well if we ever need to catch up on documentation. Okay, seems simple enough. Building projects with VS Code. Practice using Visual Studio Code to start an off-platform project. As you move through various lessons and paths here on Codecademy, you may find yourself needing to create a project on your own computer and not on the Codecademy learning environment. This can be tricky, but it's an exciting step that signals that you are ready to work independently. Do this? Yes, we already download that. What are development folders? Before using your text editor, it's important to establish an organized file system. As the number and size of your projects grows, it becomes increasingly important to know where to save new projects and find old projects. Most developers store their projects in an easy-to-find directory. Here at Codecademy, we recommend naming this folder as projects. It will store all your coding projects. Whenever you create a new project, no matter how small, you should always make a new folder inside your project directory. You'll find that a single file projects can quickly turn into larger multi-folder projects. Let's make a project. Below are the steps you need to follow to create a new folder for all your programming projects. You will also learn how to load a new project folder into VS Code and make your very first Hello World HTML project. Sure, let's do it. We're going to need VS Code for this. So let's strap it like so, and then have this here. Okay, navigate to a folder using your file manager terminal. Make sure it's a folder you visit regularly and will remember. Create a new folder called projects. So we just manually create a folder. Okay, I'm gonna quickly hide this a little bit because I don't really want to show the inner workings of my PC. Folder, let's say yes, code projects. Hello, Core X. How are you? Open VS Code, blah, 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 blah. Need it downloaded. Change into, we're learning basically backend development, but we're starting a little bit with front end. So we're learning a little bit of everything. We just finished learning about CSS. Now we're sort of backend development with just backend development in general. Nothing specific yet. We're going to jump soon into JavaScript because I haven't touched that yet. But primarily, if I do some projects in the future, it's probably going to be with. Yeah, we'll do Node. It's a Codecademy course that has a sort of syllabus, so we're just following that. So it's just the beginning. We're doing web development fundamentals right now. We're gonna jump into JavaScript. There's gonna be GitHub stuff. There's gonna be Express.js, Node, SQL, all that good stuff. Okay, so Explorer icon, open folder, user development folder. This will launch your file manager. Cool, thanks. Have a great day. Okay, first step, it will need downloaded. Then it can be either launched with the desktop icon, blah, 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 change into the projects directory with the cd command. Is there a terminal here? I have not opened a folder. Source control, run and debug, extensions. This code will need to be changed into the projects directory. Okay, we might need a video tutorial on this.
What is up, everybody? I am Brendan. I'm a full stack developer based in Brooklyn, New York, and today I'm going to be walking you through how to create a website. So I'm going to be showing you how to set up the structure of our website. We're going to cover the relationship between a URL and a web browser. I'm going to add some content to our website and then show you how to view your website in the web browser. And then at the very end, I'll show you what you can build when you add a tiny little bit of CSS to our website. So let's jump in. Okay, let's start off by making sure you have a text editor installed. You can think of a text editor as the Microsoft Word for code.
Okay, that's not necessarily. Let's skip.
That will serve as the home page for our website.
Right.
Create that directory. We can then create an head and open up VS. Basically accomplish the same thing. So you do you, but I'm going to use VS Code for this tutorial. So once that's downloaded, go ahead and open up VS Code. The first thing we need to do is create an outer directory to house our project.
Done.
Directory is just another word for a folder. Once we create that directory, we can then create an HTML file that will serve as the home page for our website. Now there are a few ways of creating this folder and file. If you're feeling comfortable with the command line, I challenge you to use it. If you don't know what the command line is, we offer a course on Codecademy that teaches you how to use it. And I'll include a link to that course in the description below. But for this tutorial, I'm going to assume that you don't know the command line, and I'm just going to use the standard way of creating a folder and file. I'm going to be using my trackpad and the text editor user interface. Enough jib-jabbing, let's start doing something. So I'm going to click the file option at the top of my window, then click open. I'm going to navigate to a special folder I've already created, reserved for all of my Codecademy related projects.
So
Codecademy.
Open folder.
I'm going to click this new folder button at the bottom right here, the bottom left, and I'm going to call this folder hello_html. So create that, and then I'm going to open it. And cool. So I've got my folder opened here.
Should be.
Next, let's add our HTML file.
VS Code projects.
Index.html. Notice how this file ends in a .html.
Okay, so I'm in the folder. And then I can create new folders, new files, and whatever I need.
If you're writing some
okay. So let's make a new folder within the folder. Let's say name it. Okay, going off platform. Just gonna name it like the lesson. And then we can create a new file and call it like index.html. Yeah, okay, pretty straightforward. Somewhat similar to PyCharm. Okay, so, and then we can write stuff here. Okay. So add a file, begin coding, copy and paste the following boilerplate HTML code. Sure. And to decrease the chances of losing unsaved work, save your file often. It's already taken care of. But how does GitHub work with this? With the autosave feature and track changes with the version control system like Git, if you know how to use one. To turn autosave, that's autosaves on. Guess we'll have to check how to work with GitHub in VS Code. Oh, there's the terminal too. So if we create terminal, okay. Can we change what kind of terminal? We have PowerShell and PowerShell. Can we integrate Bash into this? Oh yeah, we do have Git Bash. Command prompt, JavaScript debug, split terminal. Okay, that's cool. All right. So view your HTML file in the browser. At this point, your file is ready to be viewed in the browser. Following steps should be taken outside the VS Code. Navigate to the index.html file in your Hello World folder through your file manager or terminal. Oh, and so you just open it normally. Or I can go just run and select it to open in Chrome. Yeah, that works. That works too. Okay, cool. Okay, so the file explorer is fairly straightforward. Similar to PyCharm. Navigate, blah, blah, blah. Congratulations, you successfully used your VS Code text editor to create a website. Not really, but okay. If you already feel comfortable with previous steps, explore the following features to further customize your development environment. You don't need to use these suggestions to complete the projects. They can help you debugging code. You can run and test code from the editor. Let's take a look. One of the key features of Visual Studio Code is its great debugging support. VS Code built-in debugger helps accelerate your edit, compile, and debug loop. I see the same things here. Oh, we have to go here. Spot exceptions, run. Oh, if we run it. Oh, but if we close it. That's a bit awkward. Stop, restart, step out, step into, step over. We can set the breaks the same as PyCharm. And we can stop it. Okay. Have extensions for Python. Based on Node.js debugger, but most of the concepts and features are applicable to other debuggers as well. It is helpful to first create a sample Node.js application before reading about debugging. You can follow the Node.js walkthrough to install Node.js and create a Hello World JavaScript application. Once you have simple application set up, this page will take you through VS Code debugging features. Okay, I don't think we're going to go in too much in depth with this just yet, because I have a feeling we will get to it in the later sections. Then we have version control. That I'm interested in. Working with okay, I think I'll watch these on my spare time. Because there's a lot. And I've sort of worked through all of this in PyCharm via trial and error, but seems a little bit different here. Selection edit. Folders. Help. And go. Have appearance, editor layout, selections, edit file. Okay. Let's just move on. The terminal we already checked out. Off-platform project, Das Modos Arts and Crafts. In this project, you'll build a simple website for a fictional arts and crafts store using the tools on your own computer. This project will provide you with less guidance than the previous projects. You should expect to use internet, Codecademy, and other resources when you encounter a problem that you cannot easily solve. At a high level, this project will require the following: a folder structure that makes sense for the project, an HTML file, a CSS file. To successfully complete the project, you will require the following images. Okay, and the rest of the page's styling is outlined in the following design spec, which is a standard document you'd expect to receive as a freelance web developer. Okay, this is pretty cool. So let's create a new folder. Not in the going off platform though. In the VS Code project. Wait. Okay, here. Maybe? No, it's trying to create a folder in going off platform. Wait, no, that's what I... No, there we go. Okay. So let's call it Das Modos. Das Modos Arts and Crafts. So what will we need? We will need a HTML file, so the index page. We will also need a style sheet, style.css, CSS, not SSC. And we will probably need another folder where we can store our images. Imgaze. Images. Okay. Let's quickly download these images. So documents, Desmodo's Arts and Crafts, and images. Image 2. Image 3. And image 4. And then we have the spec sheet. Let's take a look at this. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's start the project. This project is intended to be completed on your own computer. To successfully finish the project, make sure to download the images that are linked above. Done. There's no single correct way to complete this project, so experiment and have fun. If you do want more assistance, read the transcription of the image for more guidance. Please continue reading the steps below, otherwise you can use the images as a blueprint for your project. The hint provided in this step is the transcription of the first section of the Das Modo specifications. Okay, so it's just hints here. So we need to duplicate whatever we have here according to this spec sheet. All right, let's try it. So first things first, we have to set up our HTML structure. So we will be doing wait a second. Need to remind myself how doc type, right? We just do this doc type HTML. It's not liking something. At rule or selector expected. Oh, I'm writing in the CSS, never mind. Index HTML, there we go. Doc type HTML. So then we need our head. And then need our body. In the head, there's supposed to be a title. No, but we'll include one anyway. So we'll do title Das Modo's arts, and let's do the fancy end, and crafts. And then I guess we need a link to our style sheet. Here. So rel equals style sheet, and href is / index HTML. No. / styled CSS. Okay. So let's put down the basic structure, I guess, of the site. We will obviously need, well, obviously, not obviously, but we probably need a div. And within that div, we need an h1 to h1 Das Modo's arts and crafts. And then we need an image with a URL to our images. Wait. Image. And we do a relative path. Images slash finish frames hacksaw pattern. It's pattern. Yeah, it's pattern. Images slash pattern dot JPEG. JPEG. Let's take a look what we have so far. We have this, but we don't have the image. So, oh, we need maybe Alt. Shingle pattern. So it's not really finding this. What if we do this? Nope. I'm forgetting something. I guess to sidestep this, we could just include all the pictures in the same directory. But pattern. Oh, it's a web picture, not a JPEG picture. Web picture. Nope, still not displaying. Maybe we don't need this then? No, we do. Unless it's our cookies that are fudging things up. No, it's not. Let's try this. No. Okay, let's refer back to, let's duplicate the page and let's refer back to the syllabus where it had hey, hello. Develop with happy. How's it going? Document standards, introduction to HTML. Guess I'll find it faster if I just Google it from Web3. No, Web School 3 HTML image. Oh, it's source, not URL. Of course. And do we need this? Oh, okay. So we need to set it as a background image to the H1. For that, we will need styles. Okay. let's give this an ID of page title. Let's delete this. Let's add the style to page. No, not this one. Page title. No, not background color. Background image. URL. Can we do a relative URL here? Let's try images / yes, we can. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, we got something wrong. Oh, I'm trying to launch the style CSS page. Fine. It's a little bit confusing on how to launch this here. Why do I have... Oh, there's an index in here. Don't need that. Launch. It's launching this for some reason. I don't get it. Wait. Something is running. Okay, it's stopped running. But it still doesn't want to work. Wait, I need the HTML tag itself. Like so. Yeah, it doesn't like... Actually, I don't like it. Because I've been working a lot with PyCharm, and I literally just downloaded VS Code and starting to work with it. Having a hard time navigating all the new, well, not new features, but the features that are new to me. Maybe it works now? No. I mean, that wasn't necessary. It launched before. Yeah, I know. PyCharm it's much more intuitive, maybe? Or maybe I'm just saying that because I've gotten used to it. But it feels like it was easier to learn. Could not read source from Chrome error. Unexpected 503 response from Chrome error, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Why doesn't it work? Just to make sure we are launching this HTML. Okay, let's do it differently. Let's go to the actual HTML. VS Code, Desmodos. Let's launch this. Okay, so this opens. This is exactly what I needed. Okay, so it opens normally, but it doesn't open in VS Code. What? Open. No, that just splits the screen. Not output. Could not read source map for Chrome error. Open with. Reveal in File Explorer. Open in Integrated Terminal. Timeline cut rename. No. Launch Chrome against localhost. Did I change something here by accident? That it's not working anymore? Type Chrome request launch against localhost 8080. No, this should be fine. What if we just restart VS Code? Nope. But I guess it's not giving us the error that it gave before. Oh, it is. Never mind. So why are you not working? Wait. No. Run tasks, start debugging. No. I mean, nothing changed. Title, style, CSS. Okay, let's try Node.js. Javascript. Run current file. Can't find Node.js binary. Node path does not exist. Well, makes sense. I haven't installed it. Run current file. Launch Node.js. Wait, why is this here? Yeah, oh, maybe it's supposed to be here. Launch JSON. Is it supposed to be here? What if I delete it? Probably shouldn't. Hmm. Open with. No, that's just gonna be open. That's just gonna open it with the text editor. Let's delete this because it's getting on my nerves. Okay, can we launch it here? Like index.html. That's not a command. Can I launch an HTML file in the terminal? It's PowerShell though. Okay, I need to clear my brain. Let's take a 10-minute break. Rest our weary brains. And we'll come back and we'll try to do something. Okay, and we're back. Alright, so I figured it out. The problem was that I was missing an extension. Apparently, I looked up at a tutorial and it said that you have to download an extension called Live Server, and then you can easily launch HTML files, open HTML files, just by right-clicking and clicking Open with Live Server. So if we click this, yeah, so now we have it open, and I wonder if we, for example, make some changes. Like here, we need a font family, Helvetica, font size 100 pixels. All right, let's change the font size to 100 pixels, and we save. Will it update here? Yeah, it did. Okay, that's cool. So we don't really need to do that anymore. Okay, so let's apply all of the things that we need to apply. We need a font family Helvetica. Then we need the font weight be bold, and we need the color to be khaki. Yeah. Oh, cool, you can actually click here and you get a color picker. Ah, that's pretty cool. And we need to text align to center. And we save. There we go. So, wait, does this look like her? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. So we set that up. All right, next we need, I guess, another div with something like maybe h3. And inside we just do brushes. We'll give it, let's say class. No, because we'll need separate colors. for each div. I guess we can do an ID as well. Like, let's say ID subtitle, no, not subtitle, or sure, subtitle 1, right? And we just copy and paste that 2 more times, have subtitle 2, subtitle 3. The first one should be brushes, the second one should be frames, and the third one should be paint. Yeah. And then we can create separate styles for each of them. So subtitle 1 how do we easily just change the background color? I guess we could have 2 different classes actually, instead of setting IDs for each one. So we could have class, for example, subtitle, and then another class which would be subtitle color. So that way we can have the first class be subtitle, to which we would apply the font family Helvetica, also the font size of 32 pixels, the font weight of bold, and also the color white. And then we can have a separate class of subtitle title color. That's what we called it, right? Subtitle color. Yes. Except did it to the wrong thing. Okay, let's copy this and paste it here. This should be ID of title, page title. So now we can copy and paste this to all 3 of our subtitles, and ideally this should work. So if we save that, oh, it's white. And we haven't applied any background yet. So, subtitle color. We're still gonna need like 3 different ones. Okay, fine. We'll do green. Green. We'll have background color. Medium Springs green. Then we'll have another one. Subtitle color coral. And we'll do the background color to light coral. And the last one, subtitle should be sky blue. Sky blue. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but I'm going with it. And we'll set the background color to sky blue. So then in the index, we change the sky color green, color subtitle color coral, and sky blue. Okay, so now if we save it, yeah, we have the thing. Okay. Next, we need to add the pictures. So here, I guess we just add the image without any kind of formatting. I'm not seeing any. Okay, image source equals images, and first one should be this is the paint, this is the frames, should be this, I think. And then we can copy it and toss it into all the other divs. Images, this should be frames. This should be finish. Yep. Okay. Lastly, after each image, we need I guess we can have like an H5 with saw brushes. Saw brushes. You can copy this, paste it in here, and paste it in here. This should say art frames assorted. This should say clean finish paint. Clean finish paint. Okay, and then finally, we will just add a simple paragraph with the text. Can we just copy paste this here? Yes, we can. That should be the first one. This should be the second one. And finally here, be the third one. There. So now, okay, we have something similar, except I guess the text doesn't really need any kind of styling, except for the end parts here. So this is just boldened and blue. Okay. Is this supposed to be a link? No. Can we have a paragraph inside a paragraph tag? Because I need to apply styles to it. Say class, I don't know. Starting. Starting class, and if we go here, create a new thingy here and apply the styles from here. Font family, Helvetica. Font weight, gold, and the color blue. So will that work? Is the question. Sort of. But not really. Because I need it to be part of this paragraph. And I'm sort of not doing that. Okay, let's take a look at how is it done here. Oh, it has a span. Oh. Right, I forgot about the span. You can just use that to do exactly what we need. So if we do this and toss that on the other side here and just have a class of starting, which we already defined, and then we save it. Yeah, now it works perfectly. Okay, cool. So let's just copy and paste this. No, not the span. we go. And we just do the same thing with the last one. Is over here. This, paste this here, save it. Good. So I think that's about it. We have finished project as per the spec sheet. Looks a bit tiny, but you know. Just checking if I missed something. But I don't think I did. Nope. Everything seems fine. I guess the only thing that I could probably do differently is title here. We made it into an H5 and it's smaller than the paragraph text itself. Our titles are H3. I guess let's do H4. 4 and H4. See how that looks. Better. But we also changed the size of the fonts of the subtitles, so we can logically probably get away with using H3 here, which will make it bigger but not as big as the subtitles themselves. Yeah. Maybe H3 with H4 did fit a little bit better. Yeah. We can even go here and do like H4 font size to subtitles are 32 pixels. Let's do like 24 pixels. That's a bit too big. Let's do 16. No, do 20. Okay, that looks decent. Okay, well, we finished the project. It was pretty cool. Done, done, done. And we can continue. So the solution. Okay, let's compare it. Let's take a look. Source says CSS style sheet. Okay, I'm gonna open this in PyCharm just to contrast this better. Ignore my previous projects. We will. Project. No, not new project. Open. Where did it save now? downloads. Okay, I'm gonna hide this a little bit while I look around my documents and find it. Oh, it is in downloads, just not unzipped. To zip it. And then it should be in the solution. Sure, let's open this. Let's trust a project on this window. Okay. So we have on the left, we have how the project was supposed to be solved. And on the left, we have how I solved it. Okay, so the HTML seems pretty much the same. One have a title, they did an H1. I guess they didn't put it in the, well, they added comments as well. Class item, interesting. They did the divs into classes. Take a look at the style sheet. Item class is not really used as a standalone anywhere. It's referring to H2s. Okay. Brush frame paint. Yeah, they did the background color changing the same way I did it. It's pretty similar. They did. There was a smarter way to apply the Helvetica font to everything needed. Because I was going around and applying it individually. But yeah, you could have applied it like so. What else? Everything else seems pretty much the same. Yeah, they did an H3. H2s for the brushes. For the subtitles. I guess I skipped one. I could have done H2s for the subtitles and then H3s for the subtitles. But yeah, it's pretty similar. Okay, cool. Let's continue. So we have a review. Congratulations! The goal of this unit was to get an introduction to front-end web development with HTML and CSS. You also learn about structure of the internet, how to set up your local web development environment, and how to create your first web page. Having completed this unit, you are now able to explain the architecture of the internet at a high level, explain commonly used languages in web development, explain what a front end is, explain how HTML is used for web development, use HTML to build a structure for a website, explain how CSS is used for web development, use CSS to add initial styling to your website, use Chrome DevTools, create a project in VS Code with HTML and CSS. And if we are interested in learning more, We have a couple of articles. Let's take a peek. Oh, you need to register. Yeah. Not gonna do that now. And the other article, The Internet Explained. Maybe we'll read this through at another time. Okay, so we finished another unit, and we have JavaScript. Finally. Let's take a peek. Yeah, oh boy. Oh boy. Lots of work ahead of us. Okay, we'll tackle this. Well, I guess we have another half an hour until lunch. Let's take a look. Introduction JavaScript Syntax, Part 1. In this unit, you will be introduced to JavaScript and learn the basics. The goal of this unit is to introduce you to JavaScript and get comfortable with the basics of writing JavaScript programs. After this unit, you will be able to relate JavaScript's role in web development, read and write introductory JavaScript syntax related to variables, conditionals, functions, and scope, practice JavaScript syntax, execute JavaScript code beyond the Codecademy site. Learning is social. Whatever you're working on, be sure to connect with the Codecademy community in the forums. I have my own community. Well, not yet, but I will, hopefully. So we'll pass on that. Let's continue. All the cool kids are doing it. So why is JavaScript so popular? What can you do with it? When the internet boomed in 1990s, technology companies battled to build the most powerful and efficient web browser on the market. This sparked the first browser war between Microsoft and Netscape. Take a guess who won? To gain dominance in the usage share of web browsers. Netscape needed a lightweight scripting language for easier programming, which ultimately made web development more accessible, unlike other languages that required deeper training. In 1995, a Netscape employee, Brendan Eich, was given 10 days to help build the company a lightweight scripting language. 10 days. As a result, Eich built Mocha, which was later renamed JavaScript. Moral of the story, JavaScript was never intended to become a standard language for the web. However, as Netscape won the browser war, the popularity of JavaScript grew. They won? Where is it now then? More and more sites began using JavaScript, and those that didn't eventually had to, as most developers use JavaScript to make websites. JavaScript is now an essential web technology that's supported by major web browsers. The language is crucial for anyone who wants to become a web developer. Many experts agree that JavaScript will continue to grow as an indispensable language for web development. JavaScript, also called JS, is a flexible and powerful language that is implemented consistently by various web browsers, making it the language for web development. JavaScript, HTML, and CSS are the core components of web technology. While HTML is responsible for structure and CSS is responsible for style, JavaScript provides interactivity to web pages in the browser. Popularity of JavaScript. At this point, you may be wondering, how is it that a language written in 10 days by one guy became mass adopted by the World Wide Web? In short, JavaScript became a hit because it turned web browsers into application platforms. Here's how. JavaScript can be used in both the front end and back end of web development. JavaScript is standardized, so it's frequently updated with new versions. JavaScript integrates easily with HTML and CSS. JavaScript allows websites to have interactivity like scroll transitions and object movement. Modern browsers still compete to process JavaScript the fastest for the best user experience. Chrome, the most used internet browser in 2017, has been so successful because of its ability to process JavaScript quickly. JavaScript offers a wide range of frameworks and libraries that help developers create complex applications with low overhead. Programmers can import libraries and frameworks in their code to augment their application's functionality. Cool. JavaScript for servers. In the early 2000s, big platforms like Facebook and Google began using JavaScript in their backend server logic to process and respond to front-end requests. JavaScript helped businesses scale since engineers who knew JavaScript could apply those skills in the backend context. JavaScript used for servers, also known as server-side JavaScript, gained popularity because it allowed for scalability. In the server, JavaScript can be integrated with other languages to communicate with databases. Node.js or Node is one of the most popular versions of Node.js or Node is one of the most popular versions of server-side JavaScript. Node has been used to write large platforms for NASA, eBay, and many others. Since JavaScript can execute programs out of sequential order, Node can be used to create scalable web applications, messaging platforms, and multiplayer games. This is why Google Cloud and Amazon Web Service depend on Node for some of their services. Did not know that. Pretty cool. Beyond the web, JavaScript has a large presence amongst cross-platform applications. We use some popular standalone desktops like Slack, GitHub, Skype, and Tidal. These applications are developed with the JavaScript framework called Electron.js. Electron is excellent for making desktop applications that need to work across different devices, regardless of operating system. In addition, JavaScript has the potential of expanding into other innovative technologies, such as virtual reality and gaming. JavaScript can be used for animating, rendering, and scaling. JavaScript even has contributed to the Internet of Things, the technology that makes simple objects like your fridge smarter. Everyday devices can become interactive and collect data using JavaScript libraries. So I guess if you're annoyed that your, smart shoe rack is collecting gigabytes of data, you can blame JavaScript. Okay, conclusion. When diving into either programming or web development, JavaScript is an excellent language to learn. The capabilities of JavaScript allow you to use it in many different fields. Mastering what is known as vanilla or plain JavaScript will help you to tackle more complicated frameworks and libraries to make you a competitive developer. Take some of your Codecademy JavaScript courses to become the JavaScript rockstar companies are looking for. Okay, will do. Oh my god, there's so many versions. Alright. Ever heard of the term ES6 and wondered what it's about? Read this article and find out. You might have seen the term ES6 or JavaScript ES6 and wondered what it actually means. Well, wonder no further, because we're going to dive into what ES6 is and how it relates to JavaScript. First, let's bring in some history. JavaScript was introduced in 1995 by company Netscape Communications as a scripting language for web designers and programmers to interact with web pages. The next year, Netscape submitted JavaScript to a standards developing organization called ECMA International to create standards for a scripting language, a type of programming language. In 1997, ECMA International released ECMA 262, which set standards for the first version of a scripting language called ECMAScript, shortened to ES. These new ECMAScript standards provided rules for the architecture of JavaScript features. As new programming paradigms emerged and developers sought new features, newer versions of ECMAScript provided a basis for consistency between new and old JavaScript versions. Okay, so it's basically a standard for creating different JavaScript versions. That's what I'm gathering. To fully distinguish the difference between JavaScript and ECMAScript, if you want to create an app or program, you can use JavaScript. If you want to create a new scripting language, you can follow the guidelines in the ECMAScript. Yeah, so okay, it's a guideline for creating JavaScript knockoffs, I guess. So when you see ES6 or JavaScript ES6, it means that the version of JavaScript is following the specifications of the 6th edition of ECMAScript. You might also see ES215 instead of ES6, but both terminologies are referring to the same 6th edition of ECMAScript that was released in 2015. Take a look at the timeline below to see how JavaScript has evolved over the years. It's hella tiny though. Let's zoom in. All right, so in 1994, coincidentally the year I was born, Netscape launches JavaScript. Netscape web browser is launched. And the year after that, Microsoft launches its Explorer. So beyond 2.15, when ES6 was released, we had ES7 with the exponential operator and array prototype includes. Then ES8, string padding, new object properties, asynchronous functions, and shared memory. And then we have ES218. So is AS218 the final version? So that would be ES9. Is ES218 the final version? No, it's not. Currently, we're at 14th edition, ES14. And it releases pretty much every year for the past almost 10 years. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So we should be seeing a new version in June. ES15. Okay. Pretty cool. Now, you may be asking, what makes an update in 2.15 still relevant today when there are more recent updates like ES7 and ES8, and ES9 and ES10 and ES11 and ES12? Well, despite the release of newer versions, ES6 is actually the biggest update the biggest update made to ECMAScript since the first edition was released in 1997. Some developers even refer to ES6 as modern JavaScripting because of all the major additions. There were so many great features added to help JavaScript developers that include new keywords like let and const to declare variables, new function syntax using arrow functions, creation of classes, parameters with default values, promises for asynchronous actions, many more. Okay. So I guess browsers will have trouble supporting newest versions because probably most of the architecture is written using this ES6 version. Am I understanding that correctly? Up-to-date browsers now support most of the ES6 features, which allow developers to take advantage of these new additions. ES6 ultimately allows programmers to save time and write more concise code. As with all ES6 features, there are other underlying benefits and trade-offs to consider. Nonetheless, there has been a strong adoption of ES6 in the development community. One big ES6 benefit is the ease it allows for utilizing a popular programming paradigm, object-oriented programming. This change allowed developers of other languages who are used to OP to transition into learning and using JavaScript. Another reason for the popularity of ES6 is correlated with the usage of ES6 in popular frameworks like React. So if you want to learn the newest tools and frameworks, you will have to pick up ES6 along the way. This being said, you shouldn't disregard legacy code, older versions of JavaScript. In fact, there are still many projects that are built and maintained with legacy code. If you want the ability and freedom to work on any sort of JavaScript project, you should familiarize yourself with pre-ES6 and ES6 JavaScript syntax. But don't worry, we cover both pre-ES6 and ES6 in our JavaScript course. Cool. Okay. Documentation. Well, this will be useful. We have tutorials, comparisons, Jesus. I'm actually gonna favorite this so I could have it on hand. EMAScript isn't much used for knockoffs, but for keeping Firefox and Chrome compatible. Ah, different implementations of same language. Okay. So like knockoffs can do whatever they want. Are there even JavaScript knockoffs? I guess they don't have to follow the EMAScript. ECMA or EMA. ECMA. Hello, Ganius. Also, ekpep0. Hi to you too. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Let's move on. See what's in store. Console. Wait, did I skip something? Yes, I did skip. Okay, so what is JavaScript? Last year, millions of learners from our community started with JavaScript. Why? JavaScript is primarily known as the language of most modern web browsers, and its early quirks give it a bit of a bad reputation. However, the language has continued to evolve and improve. JavaScript is a powerful, flexible, and fast programming language now being used for increasingly complex web development and beyond. Since JavaScript remains at the core of web development, it's often the first language learned by self-taught coders eager to learn and build. Well, this will be my second language, I guess. We're excited for what you will be able to create with the JavaScript foundation you gain here. JavaScript powers the dynamic behavior on most websites, including this one. In this lesson, you will learn introductory coding concepts, including data types and built-in objects, essential knowledge for all aspiring developers. Make sure to take notes and pace yourself. This foundation will set you up for understanding the more complex concepts you'll encounter later. Roger that. So the console panel that displays important messages like errors for developers. The console is a panel, yeah. Much of the work the computer does with our code is invisible to us by default. If we want to see things appear on our screen, we can print or log to our console directly. In JavaScript, the console keyword refers to an object. The console keyword refers to an object, a collection of data and actions that we can use in our code. Keywords are words that are built into the JavaScript language, so the computer recognizes them and treats them specially. So console is what? Is an object which is a collection of data and actions. Because the console I know is, okay, this is a terminal, but I assume it's interchangeable. It's console, sort of console, like, I don't know. Okay, this is a terminal as well. I guess I don't know what a console is then. One action or method that is built into the console object is the log method. When we write console.log, what we put inside the parentheses will get printed or logged to the console. It's going to be very useful for us to print values to the console so we can see the work that we're doing. Okay, so it's a class with methods. This example logs 5 to the console. The semicolon denotes the end of the line or statement. Although in JavaScript your code will usually run as indented without a semicolon, we recommend learning the habit of ending each statement with a semicolon so you never leave one out in the few instances where they are required. You'll see later on that we can use console log to print different kinds of data. Okay, so yeah, it's so far it seems that it's simply a class with a method log that is basically a disguised print method. So if we say hello world, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, use console log code in the editor to log your age to the console. Sure. Guess I have to make it an integer. No. Yes. Yes. On the next line, write another console log to print out a different number representing the number of weeks you've been programming. Sure. So I can't type anymore. Console.log. How many weeks? It's been well, 24. I don't know, roughly 25. Okay, cool. Comments. Programming is often... Okay, we'll jump into everything else because we're getting into into the syntax, into the hands-on coding, but we'll do that after lunch because I gotta take out my dog for a walk. I also have to eat something, and you guys also should rest a little bit. I have to also rest my brain from all the theory and all the CSS so I can refresh and jump into this coding that I was looking forward to. So I will see you guys in roughly half an hour. Okay. So, the dog has been walked. I have been fed. Can I take a sip of water? I swear my dog, every single day, he finds new and smaller things to get scared by. As we were walking out into the elevator, I suppose the janitor was cleaning the hallway and whatnot, and they left a bucket full of water in the elevator, and my dog got spooked when the door opened. And also on his walk, there was I don't know, a sheet hanging on a wire not far from the path that we walk, and he got spooked of that as well. It's cute, but it's I don't know. I wouldn't say it's frustrating. It is frustrating when he gets spooked so much. Isn't he just playing? No, he actually gets spooked. And because when the elevator door opened and he saw the bucket in there, he peed a little. He's very young. He's 6 months old right now. Yeah, I know. He's 6 months old, and he's always been scared of the hallway that leads to the elevator and the hallway that leads from the elevator to the outside door. So if there's other people and we're going out, he will almost always pee because he's just scared. And then we have to go back up to the 9th floor, and I have to grab a mop and go clean it up, and then we have to go outside again. I'm hoping it'll pass as he grows. And on the weekends, I do go take him out into the hallway, and we just chill there for an hour or so, for half an hour, just interacting with people. But it doesn't seem to be doing much because this has been going on for like 3 months, or ever since we got him actually. And I don't know, like I don't think it's something like psychological. Well, obviously it's psychological, but it's not something genetic because we got him from a reputable breeder, and all the other puppies are fine. So I just think it's maybe it's just puppy fear, and he'll grow out of it. I don't know. Okay, so we left off with just the first step into JavaScript. Now we're looking at... Your sister was like that? Are you a dog? We left off with comments. Programming is often highly collaborative. In addition, our own code can quickly become difficult to understand when we return to it, sometimes only an hour later. For these reasons, it's often useful to leave notes in our code for other developers or ourselves. Okay, so commenting seems similar to Python, but not really. Two square brackets, two slash thingies. is how you leave a single line comment, and then a slash and a star is how you leave a multi-line comment. Okay, let's practice adding some code comments. On the right, we provided you with the beginning of a book, Catch 22 by Joseph Heller. On line 1, write a single line comment that says opening line. Okay, so opening line. Single line comments are great for adding context to your code. Multi-line comments are often best suited to prevent a block of code from running. However, both types of comments can be used for either purpose. Use a multi-line comment to comment out the rest of the code after the console thing. So we this and we do that. It was love at first sight. Data types. Data types are the classifications we give to different kinds of data that we use in programming. In JavaScript, there are 8 fundamental data types. A number, so an integer, a big integer, any number greater than 2 to the power of 53 minus 1, or less than minus 2 to the power of 53 minus 1 with an n appended to the number. Okay, so number and a big integer. Then we have a string, boolean. Seems pretty straightforward. Any grouping of characters on your keyboard surrounded by single quotes or double quotes, though we prefer single quotes. Yeah, so do I. Which is interesting because when I started programming, I would use double quotes, but then for some reason, I slowly transitioned to single quotes. Booleans, true, false, null. This is a data type that represents the intentional absence of a value and is represented by the keyword null. Undefined, because double quotes harder to type. I mean, are they? Well, I guess you have to press shift. Undefined. The data type is denoted by the keyword undefined without quotes. It also represents the absence of a value, though it has a different use than null. Undefined means that a given value does not exist. Well, the absence of a value that is indicated by null also means that a value does not exist. No? Okay, let's look this up. What's the difference between null and undefined? By definition, undefined means a variable has been declared but has not yet been assigned a value, whereas a null is an assignment value, meaning that a variable has been declared and given the value of null. Oh. Okay. So does that mean that if we declare a variable with undefined, it's not going to take up any memory? Does undefined consume memory? Since undefined is no longer a longer string than null, the JIT compiler has to save 4 bytes more to memory when using undefined instead of null while parsing. Oh, so it uses even more memory. Huh. Well, let's take a look at the article. Nullable type. Nullable types are a feature of some programming languages which allow a value to be set to a special value null instead of the usual possible values of the data type. In statically typed languages, a nullable type is an option type, while in dynamically typed languages where values have types but variables do not, equivalent behavior is provided by having a single null value. Null is frequently used to represent a missing value or invalid value, such as a form of function that failed to return or a missing field in a database, as in null in SQL. In other words, null is undefined. Primitive types such as integers and booleans cannot generally be null, but the corresponding nullable types, nullable integer and nullable boolean, can also assume the null value. An integer variable. Oh, I guess what's tripping me up is the fact that in other programming languages you have to... Yeah, I guess what's tripping me up is the fact that in other programming languages you have to declare the type of the variable when you're initiating it. Whereas in my closest resemblance that I'm thinking through is Python, where you don't have to do that. So that's why this line gets a bit confusing. An integer variable may represent integers, but 0 is the special case because 0 in many programming languages can mean false. Also, this doesn't give us any notion of saying that the variable is empty, a need for which occurs in many circumstances. This need can be achieved with a nullable type. A nullable integer, for example, can be declared by a question mark. Programming languages like C#, nullable types can be defined by an external library as new types. In contrast, object pointers can be set to null by default in most common languages, meaning that the pointer of reference points to nowhere, that no object is assigned. Okay, I mean, still not entirely clear on the difference, but guess we'll figure it out as we go. Then we have a symbol, a newer feature to the language. Symbols are unique identifiers useful in more complex coding. No need to worry about these for now. Okay, we won't worry. An object, collections of related data. Okay, so there's a decent amount of differences between Python and JavaScript, specifically these three. Because what the hell is an object? Collections of related data. First 7 of those types are considered primitive data types. They are the most basic data types in the language. Objects are more complex, and you'll learn much more about them as you progress through JavaScript. At first, 8 types may not seem like that many, but soon you'll observe the world opens with possibilities once you start leveraging each one. As you learn more about objects, you'll be able to create complex collections of data. But before we do that, let's get comfortable with strings and numbers. Sure. So on line 1, log the string JavaScript to the console. Okay, console.log JavaScript. On line 2, log the number 2011. And just copy paste it. On line 3, print to the console. Wait, does logging to log the number to the console and print to the console, is that the same thing? Objects are structs with benefits. Okay, let's try it. Will it accept the answer? I love this. I love to code. Hashtag Academy. No. Or maybe I misspelled something. Let's just copy paste. And finally, okay, so printing and logging to the console is the same thing. Console.log 20.49. Okay, seems simple enough. Arithmetic operators. Basic arithmetic often comes in handy when programming. Operator is a character that performs a task in your code. JavaScript has several built-in arithmetic operators that allow us to perform mathematical calculations on numbers. These include the following operators and their corresponding symbols. Okay, so pretty much the same stuff as Python. Note that when we console log, the computer will evaluate the expression inside the parentheses and print that result to the console. If we wanted to print the characters, we would wrap them in quotes. Okay, standard stuff. The remainder operator, sometimes called modulo, returns a number. Yes, 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 we all know that. So add 3.5 to your age. Console log 3.5 plus 30. Cool. On a new line, write another console log. Console.log. Inside the parentheses, take the current year and subtract 1969. So 2024 minus 1969. The answer is how many years it's been since the 1969 moon landing. 55 years. Console.log divide 65 by 240. Okay, and finally console.log inside the parentheses multiply 0.2708 times 100. That's the percent of the sun that is made up of helium. Assuming we could stand on the sun, we'd all sound like chipmunks. String concatenation. Operators aren't just for numbers. When a plus operator is used on two strings, it appends the right string to the left string. The process of appending one string to another is called concatenation. Notice in the third example, we had to make sure to include a space at the end of the first string. The computer will join the strings exactly, so we need to make sure to include a space we wanted between two strings. Okay, fairly simple stuff. Console.log statement concatenate two strings hello and world. So hello plus world. Why not just skip? Because the syllabus is being tracked by, like, there's a percentage thingy that's tracking your progress, and if you have to write something to be able to complete these instructions, because that's the only thing that unlocks the next button. It's a game, sort of, yeah. Wait, what? You should concatenate the two strings exactly without introducing any additional characters. It didn't like the space that I included. We left off the space last time. Create a second console log statement in which you concatenate the strings hello world, but this time make sure you also include the space between the two words. There we go. And it's also sort of beneficial, I feel like, to just go through these small examples because it builds your muscle memory. Because I could read everything through, you know, and just open each chapter by itself without doing any of the exercises. But I feel like it's more beneficial to just do these small exercises, and it helps. So properties, when you introduce a new piece of data into a JavaScript program, the browser saves it as an instance of the data type. All data types have access to specific properties that are passed down to each instance. For example, every string instance has a property called length that stores the number of characters in that string. You can retrieve property information by appending the string with a number, with a period, and the property name. Okay. So the browser saves it as an instance of the data type. All data types have access to specific properties that are passed down to each instance. For example, every string instance has a property called length that stores the number of characters in that string. Okay, so the dot is another operator. We call it the dot operator. In the example above, the value saved to the length property is retrieved from the instance of the string. Hello. Program prints 5 to the console because hello has 5 characters in it. Okay, so it's like a method. It's equivalent to the len method in Python, I guess. Use the length property to log number of characters in the following string to the console. Not a function, just a value. It's a struct. I have no idea what a struct is. Not a function, just a value of a field. Okay, so console.log, and we paste in this string, and we do .length. That should print out the answer. Okay. Because I'm not sure you're familiar with, let's see. The length data property of a string value contains the length of the string in UTF-16 code units. Okay, so yeah, I see what you're saying. So it's not a function, it's a more akin to a separate variable which stores the length of the string. Am I getting this right? I have the universe, log, string length. Answer 42. A negative integer. This property returns the number of code units in the string. JavaScript uses UTF-16 encoding where each Unicode character may be encoded as 1 or 2 code units. So it's possible for the value returned by length to not match the actual number of Unicode characters in the string. Oh, so it's not even necessarily the how many characters there are. It's more like how many distinct symbols there are. So what if we do like empty brackets? Yeah, that counts as one. Okay. So for common scripts like Latin, Cyrillic, and well-known CJK characters, etc., this should not be an issue. But if you're working with certain scripts, such as emojis, mathematical symbols, or obscure Chinese characters, you may need to account for the difference between code units and characters. Okay, I see the problem. The language specification requires strings to have a maximum length of 2 to the power of 53 minus 1 elements, which is the upper limit for precise integers. However, a string with this length needs 16384. That's terabytes. Yeah, because I assume the Unicode is just a bunch of numbers. And the smiley face has like 2 numbers to represent it, and the what is that? A white blonde-haired man has probably 5. So storage which cannot fit in any reasonable device's memory. So implementations tend to lower the threshold, which allows the string length to be conveniently stored in a 32-bit integer. Okay. So in V8, used by Chrome and Node, the maximum length is 2 to the power of 29 minus 24. On 32-bit systems, the maximum length is 2 to the power of 28 minus 16. In Firefox, slightly larger. For Firefox 65, maximum length was 2 to the power of 28. In Safari is 2 to the power of 31. You're working with large strings. In other encodings, such as UTF-8 files or blobs, note that when you load the data into JS string, the encoding always becomes UTF-16. The size of the string may be different from the size of the source file. Okay, and that's a good thing to keep in mind. For an empty string, length is 0. Static property string length is unrelated to the length of strings. It is the arity. What is arity? Length data property of a function instance indicates the number of parameters expected by the function. Number of elements it contains, or dimensions or arguments it can take. Okay. So it's the arity of the string function. Loosely, the number of formal parameters it has, which is 1. Okay, so since length counts code units instead of characters, if you want to get the number of characters, you can first split the string with its iterator, which iterates by characters. So the string iterator that is used here iterates over characters, not mere code units. console log. So Mozilla is x dot length code units long. The empty string has length of dot strings with length not equal to the number of characters. Assigning to length. A string is a primitive. Attempting to assign a value to a string's length property has no observable effect and will throw in strict mode. Okay. Okay, so that's a bit more clear now. Thank you, Kekpep, for all the tidbits of information. Bum. So I guess they're not being entirely accurate here when they're teaching about length. Like logging the length of hello does not print 5 because hello has 5 characters in it. It just happens to be the it just happens to be one of the combination of characters that will not, but that just coincidentally gives you the right answer. Okay, let's move on. Methods. Remember that methods are actions we can perform. Data types have access to specific methods that allow us to handle instances of that data type. Okay, JavaScript provides a number of string methods. Call or use these methods by appending an instance with period, the name of the method, and opening and closing parentheses. So pretty similar to Python. Log method on the console, and some real string methods in action. Uppercase starts with H, prints true. Oh, cool. Let's look at each of the lines above. On the first line, the toUppercase method is called on the string instance hello. The result is logged to the console. This method returns a string in all capital letters. On the second line, starts with method is called on the string hey. This method also accepts the character h as an input or argument between the parentheses. Since the string hey does start with the letter h, the method returns the boolean true. You can find a list of built-in string methods in JavaScript documentation. Developers use documentation as a reference tool. Okay, let's take a peek. Actually, I'm curious. String, creating strings. It's not what we need. Character access. There are two ways to access an individual character in a string. First is the character add method. Oh, so you can access it with a method by the index value. The other way is to treat the string as an array, like, oh, you can do the same thing here. Okay, never mind. When using bracket notations for character access, attempting to delete or assign a value to these properties will not succeed. Wait, what? When using bracket notation for character access, attempting to delete or assign a value to these properties will not succeed. So you can only view the value, but not modify it? Properties involved are neither variable nor configurable. Interesting. Wait, we have VS Code open. Let's create a new folder here. Let's say, why is it doing folders in weird spots? How do I? Okay, let's close this. Let's close this. Open it. New folder. Okay. Testing folder. And let's make a new file. Testing. Yes. Sure. So if we have a string, let's say const say a equals hello world, and then we want to console.log a2. It's the shortcut for running things. F5. Control F5. Wait. What? Can't find Node.js binary. What? Can I even write JavaScript? VS Code? Okay, let's try in PyCharm. Say, just make, oh, it's a Python file. And I won't be able to use JavaScript files because they're paid. Damn it. So we can do it here. So const a equals hello world. And then we do console. Also, always open browser's dev console. Yeah, true. Good point. Log a2. Okay, so yes, we can access variable things like that. What if we try to do const b equals a2? Then console.log b. Okay, so we can assign it to another variable. And we change it now. So I guess a2. Wait, no. equals E. Did that work? Og A. No. Okay, well, so comparing strings. Note that all comparison operators, including the triple equal and double equal, compare strings case sensitively. A common way to compare strings case insensitively is to convert both the same case, upper or lower, before comparing them. Interesting. The choice of whether to transform by to uppercase or to lowercase is mostly arbitrary, and neither one is fully robust when extending beyond the Latin alphabet. For example, the German lowercase letter, they're both transformed to SS by uppercase, while the Turkish letter would be falsely reported to unequal to by, unless specifically, blah, 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 blah. Okay. A locale-aware and robust solution for testing case-sensitive equality is to use the intercalator API or the strings locale compare method. They share the same interface with the sensitivity option set to accent or base. Locale compare method enables string comparison in similar fashion as the string comparison function. It allows sorting strings in a locale-aware manner. Okay, this is a lot of documentation. Let's just quickly skim through. We have eval. Primitives also give different results when using eval. Value of. String object can also be converted to its primitive counterpart with value of method. What is a string's primitive counterpart? Turns 4. Oh. So a string's primitive counterpart is a integer? String coercion. Many built-in operations that expect strings to first coerce their arguments to strings. Valid string. Okay. Many built-in operations that expect strings first coerce their arguments to strings, which is largely why string objects behave similarly to string primitives. The operation can be summarized as follows. Strings are returned as is. Unidentified turns to unidentified, null turns to null, true turns to true, false turns to false. Numbers are converted with the same algorithm as to string. Big ints are converted with the same algorithm as to string. Symbols throw a type error. Objects are first converted to a primitive by calling its toPrimitive function with string as hint. Holy fuck, there's a lot of information here. I'm not sure. Kinda need it right now. We have string. Yeah. Slice, split, seeing replace all. There's some similarities to Python. Subtract, substring, lowercase to string to uppercase, trims white space from beginnings and ends of string. Okay, there's some similarity. Okay. let's move on. So let's see, to use the toUpperCase method to log the string Codecademy to the console in all capital letters. So just do uppercase. And in the second console log statement in the app.js, we have a string remove whitespace, which has spaces before and afterwards. If we browse the JavaScript string documentation, we find several built-in string methods that each accomplish a different goal. So trim, trim. Yeah. Use the method to remove. Okay. Built. Did I double click? No. Okay. So built-in objects. In addition to console, there are other objects built into JavaScript. Down the line, you'll build your own objects, but for now, these built-in objects are full of useful functionality. For example, if you want to perform more complex mathematical operations than arithmetics, JavaScript has the built-in math object. The great thing about objects is that they have methods. Yes, they do. Let's call the random method from the built-in math object. Math.random gives me a random number. In the example above, we call the random method by appending the object by appending the object name with the dot operator, the name of the method, and opening and closing parentheses. This method returns a random number between 0 and 1. To generate a random number between 0 and 50, we could multiply this result by 50. Oh, so you don't pass in the parameters. You have to, or maybe you can. This example above will likely evaluate to a decimal. To ensure the answer is a whole number, we can take advantage of another useful math method called mathFloor. MathFloor takes a decimal number and rounds down to the nearest whole number. You can use floor to round down to a number like this. Okay. So in this case, mathRandom generates a random number between 0 and 1. We then multiply that number by 50, so now we have a number between 0 and 50, and then mathFloor rounds the number down to the nearest whole number. If we wanted to see the number printed to the terminal, we would still need to use console log statement, and the whole line becomes very, very long. Okay, so inside of a console log, create a random number with mathRandom, then multiply it by 100. So console.log math.random math dot wait no then floor and math dot random times 100. Oh, times 2. Wait, math floor is random. Oh, wait, these parentheses take this, these parentheses take this, and we're missing parentheses in here. It's a pain without smart parenthesis insertion. Yeah, that's the only downside of Codecademy, is because there's no like quality of life stuff at all. You just have to go through it. Okay, now use mathFloor to make the output a whole number. Already did it. Exorcism allows you to code in your editor and submit via click. Is it does it work with Codecademy? Oh, or is it like a separate kind of website for learning? Find a method on the JavaScript math object. Okay, we'll check that out later. Find a method on the JavaScript math object that returns the smallest integer greater than or equal to a decimal number. Use this method with the number 43.8. Returns the smallest integer that's greater than or equal to a decimal number. No? Math E. Euler's number is the base of natural logarithms. Natural logarithm of 10 pi square root of half square root of 2 absolute value, our cosine, hyperbolic our cosine, cube root, turns the smallest integer greater than or equal to x. So that's the one we need. Ceiling. Floor and ceiling. Makes sense. So use this method with the number 43.8. Console.log ceiling 43 point math ceiling. So what if we did 43.5? What about 43.4? Oh, 43 point, stop it. Still 44. What if it's 43.1? Still 44. So it just removes the decimal. Or not removes it, but like adds to it, I guess. Okay, 43.8. Just rounds up to the nearest integer. That's what I mean. But that's not the thing that we needed. Or no, it is a thing. And find a method on the built-in number object that checks if a number is an integer. Let's try to guess it. Console. Oh. Console.log math. Something like is int. $2017. Nope. Okay, fine. I'll go to the documentation. Is integer. No. Did I misspell it? Is integer. Let's take a quick look. Number. Epsilon, max safe integer. It's not on a method, but on a number. What do you mean? In value, safe integer, static methods. Is finite is integer. Oh, it's not on math. It's number, right? Number. Okay, that's gonna take some getting used to, because like you have to specify from which sort of object you're using the method. Okay. Okay, review. Let's take one more glance at the concepts we just learned. Data is printed or logged to the console, a panel that displays messages with console.log. We can write single-line comments. There are 7 fundamental data types. Yes, numbers are any number without quotes. Strings are characters wrapped in single or double quotes. Built-in arithmetic operators are the same. Objects are objects. Properties are denoted with a dot after the name of the object. Okay, so properties. So whereas in Python, you would access an object's or a class's or an object's method with a dot, right? So in Python, if I have like say object dot and I have a method in that object that says say like sum the numbers, and I pass stuff into that. In JavaScript, it's instead of a method, it's just called a property. Nah. Property and method both in JS, different things. Maybe I'm not familiar with what a property is in Python. Because a property in Python would be, what I imagine it is the, or is that a decorator? Now I'm getting confused. Object has both data and code. Both properties, methods. Okay, yes, a class. Yeah. Okay. I figured it out. So in Python, it would be like class, let's say node, and then self, a def init, and we have like self, and we have like, I don't know, value. So then self dot value equals value. So that would be a property, I'm assuming. Yeah. And so, okay. Because that's what's tripping me up. Because here it says the properties are denoted with a dot after the name of the object. But in Python, with a dot, you access the methods. So if in Python I was to write a method for the class node, say, I don't know, add head and say self and blah, blah, blah value. Later on, I would enter access node self. There's no need to access it that way. Because later when you instantiate an object, you would do like node equals node, and then you can access all the methods like so, node dot add head, and you pass in the arguments, like say like 7. But how do you get what it stores? With node dot. Okay. So that's a, yeah, but then you're accessing, okay, so you access both properties and, okay, never mind. I went on this whole tangent without even realizing what I'm talking about. Okay, yes, you can access both the properties and methods with the dot. You're right. See, this is why I'm streaming. Because sometimes I get wrapped up in my own head, and having someone to correct you is invaluable. Thank you, TechPep. So if I were to change this, I guess, I would just say the properties and methods are denoted with a dot after the name of the object. But okay, objects including instances of data types can have methods which perform actions. Methods are called by appending an object or instance with a period, the method name, and parentheses. For example, hello to uppercase, blah, blah, blah. We can access properties and methods. Here it says and methods. Okay, so I just rushed. I didn't read the whole thing before putting on my boxing gloves, I guess. We can access properties and methods by using the dot operator. Yeah, okay. Built-in objects, including math, are collections of methods and properties that JavaScript provides. Okay, all this kerfuffle for nothing. Variables. In programming, a variable I guess we should take a break. And we are back. Every time I say that, I feel like a sports announcer. And we're back to the second quarter of the Super Bowl. I am literally one step ahead of you, and it's gratifying to use the knowledge to help someone once in a while. I know, right? I felt the same way when I was going through the bootcamp, because when we started, I had some Python experience beforehand, whereas a majority of my class didn't. So every time someone had a question, like, I could either pitch into the lecturer or answer it myself if they didn't know the answer. That is a really great feeling. It's the validation that you really know something well. Okay, let's go to the variables. So in programming, a variable is a container for a value. You can think of variables as little containers for information that live in a computer's memory. Information stored in variables such as a username, account number, or even personalized greeting can be found in memory. Variables also provide a way of labeling data with a descriptive name, so our programs can be understood more clearly by the reader and ourselves. In short, variables label and store data in memory. There are only a few things you can do with variables. Create a variable with a descriptive name, store or update information stored in a variable, and reference or get information stored in a variable. It is important to distinguish that variables are not values. They contain values and represent them with a name. Observe the diagram with the colored boxes. Each box represents variables. The values are represented by the content, and the name is represented with the label. In this lesson, we will cover how to use var, let, and const keywords to create variables. So the immediate question I have that's probably going to get answered in the next page is, what's the difference? Let's see. Create a variable, var. There were a lot of changes introduced in the ES6 version of JavaScript in 2015. One of the biggest changes was 2 new keywords, let and const, to create or declare variables. Prior to ES6, programmers could only use var keyword to declare variables. Let's consider the example above. Var, short for variable, is a JavaScript keyword that creates or declares a new variable. My name is the variable's name. Capitalizing it this way is a standard convention in JavaScript called camel casing. In camel casing, you group words into one. The first word is lowercase, then each word, blah, 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 blah. We all know this. And equal is the assignment operator. It assigns the value aria to the variable my name. Aria is the value assigned to the variable. You can also say that the my name variable is initialized with the value aria. After the variable is declared, the string value aria is printed to the console by referencing the variable name. Okay. There are a few general rules for naming variables. Variable names cannot start with numbers. Variable names, why is it so hard for me to pronounce variable? Variable. Variable names are case sensitive, so my name and my name would be different variables. It is bad practice to create 2 variables that have the same name using different cases. Okay. Variable names cannot be the same as keywords. For a comprehensive list of keywords, check out, so keywords are like built in JavaScript words, I assume. Yeah. Delete default debugger, continue const class. Okay. In the next exercises, we will learn why E6's let and const are the preferred variable keywords by many programmers. Because there is still a ton of code written prior to ES6, it is helpful to be familiar with the pre-ES6 var keyword. So, okay, let's declare a variable named favorite food using the var keyword and assign it to the string pizza. So var favorite food equals pizza. JS doesn't allow that. Oh, in some languages you can change the function that is used to evaluate the language moving forward. You can change the function. Okay. And JS doesn't allow that. Good to know. So we declare pizza. I declare pizza. Declare a variable named number of slices. Num of slices. Assign it to the number 8. So, under the number of slices variable, use console log to print the value saved to favorite food. On the following line, use the console log to print the value saved to number of slices. Okay. Console.log favorite food and console.log num of slices. What? Sonsel. Yeah, Sonsel. Conkle. Sonsel and Conkle. The newest JavaScript objects that I've created. Create a variable let. As mentioned in previous exercise, the let keyword was introduced in ES6. The let keyword signals that the variable can be reassigned a different value. Oh, so with bar, you're not allowed to reassign it to something else. Is that the case? Another concept that we should be aware of when using let and even var is that we can declare a variable without assigning the variable a value. In such a case, the variable will be automatically initialized with the value of undefined. Okay, so we initialize price and it automatically by default gets assigned undefined. Then we print price, which will print undefined, and then we can assign it. Oh. Then we can assign it much like Python. Interesting. If we don't assign a value to a variable declared using the let keyword, it automatically has a value of undefined. You can reassign the value of the variable. So I guess it doesn't work with var. Assign price a division by null, by 0. So division by null is null. Okay, let's explore this. So let change me equals to true. And then on the line after, change me is declared, set the value of change me to the boolean false. So change me equals false. Console.log log change me. Okay. What about with var? Change me equals true, and then change me equals false. Console.log change me. Oh, it's okay. Still allowed me to change it. Okay, const. Okay, so that's where const comes in, because it stands for constant, probably. The const keyword was also introduced in ES6 and is short for the word constant. Yes, just like with var. Jesus. And let, you can store any value in a const variable. The way you declare a const variable and assign a value to it follows the same structure. Okay. However, a const variable cannot be reassigned because it is a constant. If you try to reassign a constant variable, you'll get a type error. Constant variables must be assigned a value and declared. 1 divided by null is infinity? I can't even wrap my brain around that, to be honest. Null times 1 is 0. Yeah, that's exactly what went through my brain, bruh. However, a constant variable cannot be reassigned because it's a constant, blah, blah, blah. You get a type error. Constant variables must be assigned a value when declared. If you try to declare a const variable without a value, you'll get a syntax error. You're trying to decide between which, well, it makes sense because then you can't reassign it. So if you're trying to decide between which keyword to use, let or const, think about whether you'll need to reassign the variable later on. Do need to reassign the variable, use let, otherwise use const. Okay. But I mean, okay, fine. Now everything I learn now, I want to just compare to Python because that's the only like point of reference that I know, and everything that is slightly like not as efficient, I'm like, oh my god, such a hassle. Okay, let's create a constant variable named entree. So const equals no const entree equals enchiladas. I'd love me some enchiladas. Just to check that you've saved the value, log it. Okay, console.log entree. Cool. Great. Let's see what happens if you try to reassign a constant variable. Paste the following code to the bottom of your program. I'm good. I can type entree equals tacos. And we get type error. Assignment to a constant variable. Code throws the following error when you run your code. After you clear this checkpoint, if you want to see about another quirk of const in action, open the hint. Okay. So since our program stops running after encountering an error, we need to delete the line of code from the previous step. Now let's test what happens when you try to declare a const variable without a value. Okay. Testing. Ah, it's already telling me that something's bad. And we're getting missing initializer in const declaration. If null is infinitely small number, then it makes sense that null times 1 is 0. And 1 divided by null is infinity. Does it make sense though? Because if you take infinity and divide it by 1, you should still get, multiply it by 1. You should still get infinity. Because infinity times 1 is 1 infinity. I don't know. How many slices can you get by infinitely slicing? Infinite. It's the same thing as if you constantly divide by half. Like if you have 1, divide 1 by half. Divide 0.5 by half. Divide 0.25 by half. That's infinity. if you read through this error, you'll see that it's related to syntax. You need to initialize a const variable with a value. Okay, next. Mathematical assignment operators. Let's consider how we can use variables and math operators to calculate new values and assign them to a variable. Let's check out the example below. Okay, so we're initializing a variable with 4, and we are reinitializing it with variable plus 1. Okay, same. In the example above, we create the variable w, the following, blah, 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 yes. Another way we could have reassigned w after performing some mathematical operation on it is to use built-in mathematical assignment operators. So plus equal. Okay, works the same way. In the second example, we use plus equal, performing the mathematical operation of the first operator, using the number to the right, then reassigning w to the computed value. We also have access to other mathematical assignment operators. Okay, so pretty straightforward stuff. So increase level up by 5. So level up plus equals 5. Power level by 100. Power level minus equals 100. Multiply me by 11. And use divide by 4. Quarter me by 4. Cool beans. Increment and decrement. Other mathematical assignment operators include the increment operator and decrement operator. The increment operator will increase the value of the variable by 1. Does this exist in Python? Python ++. You should have known, would have known, increment. So no, it doesn't. It can only plus equals 1 or plus equals 2 exclamation mark, which is cool. And JavaScript also does that. That's cool. Just like the previous mathematical assignment operators, the variable's value is updated and assigned as the new value of that variable. Okay, using the increment operator, increase the value of gain dollar. So gain dollar plus, like so. Okay. And lost dollar minus minus. It's gonna take a while to get used to adding the semicolons. Is that what it's called? Semicolon? Semicolon. Yes. Okay, next, string concatenation with variables. In previous exercises, we assigned strings to variables. Now let's go over how to connect or concatenate strings in variables. The plus operator can be used to combine two string values, even if those values are being stored in variables. Yeah. Example above, we assign the value armadillo to my pet. On the second line, the plus operator is used to combine three strings. I own a pet, my pet, and dot. Okay. So let's create a variable called favorite animal. Equal it to my favorite animal is dog. Do I need to add semicolons after initializing a variable? Or do I just add it after every line? So now console.log print my favorite animal is plus favorite favorite admiral animal plus dot. No, something's missing. Using this string concatenation so that animal my favorite animal. I think it doesn't like this. Abolish dots. Okay, let's abolish the dot. Yeah. What if I add a space? Okay, still let me pass. Did not like the dot. String interpolation. In the ES6 version of JavaScript, you can insert or interpolate variables into strings using template literals. Okay, that's something new. Check out the following example where a template literal is used to log strings together. Okay, so we're initializing a variable, my pet, with armadillo, printing I own a pet. My pet. Notice that a template literal is wrapped by backticks. This key is usually located on the top of your keyboard, left of the 1 key. Inside the template literal, you see a placeholder, my pet. The value of my pet is inserted into the template literal. When we interpolate I own a pet, the output we print is the string. I mean, I don't see the... Okay, the point, I guess, is then you don't have to concatenate. That's the whole deal. One of the biggest benefits is readability of code. You can more easily tell what the new string will be. You also don't have to worry about escaping double quotes or single quotes. Okay, so let's create a variable. Const my name. My name will call. And then we create a variable called my city. Academy, stay with me, don't die. Const my city equals, let's say, I don't really want to reveal my city, so let's say just London. Use a template literal to interpolate your variables in the sentence below. Okay, so console log. So my name is name, my favorite city is city. So we use these things, yeah? My name is, then we use, was the $sign? So $, brackets, and my name. Probably like so. Wait, curly brackets? Oh, it's curly brackets, yeah. My name. And then my favorite city is. My favorite city is this. We do curly brackets and my city. So this should be correct. Yeah. Okay, I guess, I don't know. Print. I'm just typing it out how it would look in Python. I guess it's similar. Maybe it's because it's new. It just feels a little bit more cumbersome. Okay, let's move on. Type of operator. Typo of operator. While writing code, it can be useful to keep track of the data types of the variables in your program. You need to check the data type of a variable's value. You can use the type of operator. The type of operator checks the value to its right and returns or passes back a string of the data type. Okay. It's a weird way to. Typically, you would imagine it being a function. You just pass an argument. Let's break down the first example. Since the value unknown 1 is foo, a string, type of unknown 1 will return string. So we have to console.log type of new variable string. Okay, great. Now let's check what happens if we reassign the variable. Below the console log statement, reassign new variable to 1. New variable equals 1. Then console.log type of new variable number. Okay, makes sense. Nice work. This lesson introduced you to variables, a powerful concept you will use in all your future programming endeavors. So variables hold reusable data in a program and associate it with a name. Variables are stored in memory. The var keyword is used pre-ES6 version of JS. The let is the preferred way to declare a variable when it can be reassigned. Const is the preferred way to declare a variable with a constant value. Okay. Let. I gotta cement it in my brain to use let most oftenly. Let. Let there be a variable. Variables that have not been initialized store the primitive data type undefined. Mathematical assignment operators make it easy to calculate a new value and assign it to the same variable. The plus operator is used to concatenate strings, including the string values held in variables. In ES6 templates, template literals use backticks and $signs with curly brackets to interpolate values into a string. Let is lexical. Var is global. I don't know. The way I understand it, let and var is the same thing, except let is var is legacy code, and let is the newest preferred way of initializing a variable. So to learn more about variables, take on these challenges. All right, we're taking on some challenges. Let's take on the challenges. Create variables and manipulate their values. It's kind of, we already did that though. Check what happens when you try to concatenate strings using variables of different data types. Interpolate multiple variables into a string. See what happens when you use console log on variables declared by different keywords before they're defined. Okay, this is child's play. We don't do child's play. I thought it was gonna be real challenges. I don't want to do child challenges. Quiz time. Okay, what is the outcome of this statement? 3. Unless the exclamation mark has some kind of different okay, let's look at this. Don't work. It don't work. Okay, it's 3. Yes. You can skip to code. It didn't open. What is the outcome of the following code snippet? So this just prints out hello world. Single quotation marks. Nope. What is the correct way to call the random method on the math global object? Math.random. Okay, what is the difference between let and var? So the main difference is scoping rules. Variables declared by var keyword are scoped to the immediate function body, hence the function scope. While let variables are scoped to the immediate enclosing block, denoted by curly brackets. Okay. The reason why let keyword was introduced to the language was function scope is confusing and was one of the main sources of bugs in JavaScript. Take a look at this example. Let's create 3 functions. Let's create 3 functions. So for I'm getting confused. Was output to console each time funcs was invoked, since anonymous functions were bound to the same variable. People had to create immediately invoked functions to capture correct values from the loops, but that was also hairy. Variables declared with the var keyword are hoisted and initialized, means they're accessible in their enclosing scope even before they are declared. However, their value is undefined before the declaration statement is reached. Deck hoisting, console log foo, undefined. So then we declare it. It's defined. Okay, makes sense. Because you're trying to access it here before assignment. Let variables are hoisted. Undefined is already declared. Yeah, but the variable isn't initialized. So wait. Okay. Okay, so try printing a variable that is not declared, you'll get a reference error. Okay, but so within a function, that's gonna output undefined. It's not necessary to understand right now. You can build your projects without knowledge. Yeah, that seems to be the case, because honestly, even the smallest things you can probably dig so deep that you're gonna come out without a brain. What is the correct way to call the random method? Okay, we solved this already. And then get a book about GS. Probably will have to. Unless, no, probably still have to, because JS is used in backend too. This one is good, has good projects. I recommend it over Codecademy. You can take a look. Okay. I'll favorite it. Maybe after we finish all the JavaScript stuff on Codecademy, I can go through it on my own time and see, and then maybe do some projects on stream, because it does have a few projects from what I see. Programming language, platform game, pixel art editor, skill sharing site. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gekpep. What is the correct way to call a string's built-in method? Just use a dot, then call it. So not this one, not that one, not that one, this one. What is string concatenation? When you assign a string to a variable. Nope. When you join strings together. Yep. When you print a string to the console. Nope. When you change a variable's name. Nope. Which of the following is an example of a single line comment? Is this a comment? Is this a comment? Or is this a comment? Okay, what's next? Another quiz. Cool. What is the correct way to declare a new variable that you can change? So let my name Sloan. What are variables used for? JavaScript. For changing a value's data type. Nope. Storing or holding data. Yep. For staring. For changing language settings. Yes, for changing language settings. Which of the following code snippets would cause an error? Okay, so immediately this one. We're trying to redeclare a constant. Let food drink, that's fine. That's also fine, so this one. What is string interpolation? Changing the value of a variable, using template literals to embed variables into strings, joining multiple strings together using operators like plus, printing a string to the console. Template literals. What will the following code print to the console? So we're initializing a variable 10, multiplying it by 3, so 30. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Project. In this project, we're going to practice variables and printing to the console in JavaScript so you can hone your skills and feel confident taking them to the real world. Why? Well, you gotta master the basics. Get comfortable with these fundamentals. Let's see. So, deep in his mountainside meteorology lab, the mad scientist Kelvin has mastered weather prediction. Recently, Kelvin began publishing his weather forecasts on his website. However, there is a problem. All of his forecasts describe the temperature Kelvin. That is mad. With our knowledge of JavaScript, let's convert Kelvin to Celsius, then to Fahrenheit. Okay. So, check off tasks. Forecast today is 293 Kelvin. To start, create a variable named Kelvin. Set it equal to 293. The value saved to Kelvin will stay constant. Okay, so const Kelvin equals 239, 293. Task 2. Let's be civilized people and number our tasks too, just in case we introduce some bugs so we can find them easily later. Task 2. Write a comment above that explains before I even read it. Task 1, fine. Okay, I'm not gonna play around with this. Celsius is similar to Kelvin. The only difference is that Celsius is 273 degrees less than Kelvin. Let's convert Kelvin to Celsius by subtracting 273 from the Kelvin variable. Store the result in another variable called Celsius. Okay, so const Celsius equals Kelvin minus 273. Pretty sure it's correct. Write a comment. Oh my god. Use this equation to calculate Fahrenheit, then store the answer in a variable named Fahrenheit. Okay, so const Fahrenheit. Spell that correctly. No. Fahrenheit equals, so Celsius times 9 divided by 5 plus 32. Okay, we're getting no errors, so we're probably okay. When you convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit, you often get a decimal number. Use floor method from the built-in math object to round down the Fahrenheit temperature. So let's redeclare with let. Change it. But then, let's try it. So if we want to change it up to this point, we can keep initializing. Wait, we initialize it with, can I reinitialize it? With const? Wait, wait, what am I doing? No. Just gonna do this. Equals math for Fahrenheit. So this is task 7. This is task 5. This is task 3. Okay. Use console log and string interpolation to log the temperature in Fahrenheit to the console. All right. Task 9. Console.log. Right, let's remember, use these. The temperature is is Fahrenheit. On your program and see the results. 68 Fahrenheit. Let's check if my math is correct. Kelvin to Fahrenheit to 293. 67.7. So 68. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. By using variables, your program should work for any Kelvin temperature. Let's change the value of Kelvin and run the program again. What's 0 Kelvin Fahrenheit? Minus 460. Now you can publish his forecasts in Celsius and Fahrenheit. Okay, so console.log the temperature is Celsius. Celsius. And Newton. Sure, let's do Newton. Let n equals Celsius times 33 divided by 100. So console.log temperature is newtons minus 90 newtons. Okay. Can I just do path.lore? Yes, I can. Okay. Cool beans. Dog ears. In this project, we're going to practice variables and strings in JavaScript so you can hone your skills and feel confident taking them to the real world. Dog ears. Okay, we can figure out how old is my dog in human years, or how old I am in dog years. Dogs mature at a faster rate than human beings. We often say a dog's age can be calculated in dog years to account for their growth compared to a human of the same age. In some ways, we could say time moves quickly for dogs. 8 years in a human's life equates to 45 years in a dog's life. How old would you be if you were a dog? Here's how to convert your age from human years to dog years. The first 2 years of the dog's life count as... Wait, what? The first 2 years of a dog's life count as 10.5 dog years each. Okay. Each of the following equates to four dog years. Before you start doing math in your head, let a computer take care of it. With your knowledge of math operators and variables, use JavaScript to convert your human age into dog years. Okay, I'm terrible at math, but we'll try it. So let's create a variable by age and set it equal to a better convert housefly age to human years. They live 25 days. Let's try and see how it goes with dog years first. Let's set it equal to my age as a number. Okay. Task 1. So then we create a variable named early years. And save the value to 2. Now we can make this a const. Okay. According to my estimates, humans live 14 times longer than houseflies. That seems low. Only 14 times? Is 14 times 25 days is barely a year. Or just little over a year. Use multiplication assignment operator to multiply the value saved to early years by 10.5. Reassign it to early years. Use the multiplication assignment operator to multiply the value saved early years. I multiplied 80 by 365, get 80-year lifespan, divided by 20. Where did you get the 80 from? Wait. Why do you need such complex? Oh, because, okay, never mind. It's my math. That's wrong. $80 times 365. Yeah, it's 1,460 times longer. Google Calculator just cut off the result. Nice job, web devs. Adaptive design, yeah. Okay, use the multiplication assignment operator to multiply the value saved to early years by 10.5 and reassign it to early years. Okay, so early years times equal 10.5. Since we already accounted for the first 2 years, take the myAge variable and subtract 2 from it. So we do need to make it a let. Set the result equal to a variable called later years. Let later years equals, well, I guess we don't. It's so confusing to have two different ways to declare a variable. Because, I don't know. I'm just gonna use let all the time, I don't care. Just like I did in Python. I barely used constants. So what are we doing? Subtracting 2 from my age. My age is 2. Okay. Should have been task 4. Multiply the later years variable by 4. Years times equal 4. Okay. Early years. Can I print through a comma? Later years. Nope. Wait. Later year. Z. Oh. Const is when variable shouldn't be changed. Yeah, I know. For prototype, you can just use let. Is this paid version of Codecademy? Yeah, it is. Welcome, Chronicle. Okay. Let's walk through this. We have 30 zoombo.com. Scared to open that. One of these days they're going to send me an infected website. Okay, so early years, we get 20 point something. Wait. 21. Okay, so that's correct. And later years is basically my age minus 2. Is 28 times 4. 8 times 4. 112. Okay, so we're getting things. We're getting correct things. So now we add these together and do my age in dog years equals early years plus later years. Task 6. That's task 7. That's not entirely commenting. It's not entirely necessary here. Small exercises. Write your name as a string, call its built-in method lowercase, and store the result in a variable called myName. Why? But okay, let's do it. Let my ask 8. Let my name equals all dot to lower case 8. Store. That's correct. Like I'm doing something wrong. But let's see. It's not throwing an error, so okay, write a console log statement that displays your name and age in dog years. Use string interpolation to display the value in the following sentence. Sure thing. Task 9. So console.log. My name is my name. I am my age. Years old human, which is my age in dogs. Old in dog years. I am 30 years old human. Okay. So if we do it backwards, take the dog years. Let's dog age equals, say, mine is half a year, 0.5. And then for every, so wait. So the first 2 years of a dog's life count as 10.5 dog years each. So every human year, is 10.5. Okay, too much math. Never mind. Or my brain is just tired. I think it's about time for a break. Let's see if there's another project. Conditional statement. Okay, let's take a break. 10 minutes as usual. Getting towards the end of the day, getting tired. But we'll push until 4 GMT plus 2. I mean, we're probably going to finish off today with conditional statements. Then we have, that's a quiz and 2 projects. So we might be able to finish with conditionals. Then tomorrow we'll jump into more JavaScript syntax and probably JavaScript syntax part 2, which is more interesting with arrays, loops, objects, iterators, debugging, and whatnot. Okay, break time. So, talking about dog in human years, this is my dog, Thor, who is, according to my calculations, 7 human years old. Hey Thor, say hi. Say hi to the camera. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Little scaredy cat. Yeah, he is 6 months. Okay. Go, you big pancake. Ugh. All right. Let's finish the day off with one last push. Okay, so what are conditional statements? In life, we make decisions based on circumstances. Think of an everyday decision as mundane as falling asleep. We are tired, we go to bed. Otherwise, we wake up and start our day. These if-else decisions can be modeled in code by creating conditional statements. A conditional statement checks if a specific condition or conditions checks a specific condition or conditions and performs a task based on these conditions. In this lesson, we will explore how programs make decisions by evaluating conditions and introduce logic into our code. We'll be covering the following concepts: if, else if, and else statements, comparison operators, logical operators, truthy versus falsy values, that's interesting, ternary values, and switch statements. So if you're ready to learn these concepts, go to the next lesson. Else, read over the concepts, observe the diagram, and prepare yourself for this lesson. If sleepy, sleep in. Else, start your day. Okay, if statement. We often perform a task based on a condition. For example, if the weather is nice today, then we will go outside. If the alarm clock rings, then we'll shut it off. If we're tired, then we'll go to sleep. In programming, we can also perform a task based on a condition using an if statement. So, okay, the logic is fairly similar except for the curly brackets and these brackets here. Notice in the example above, we have an if statement. The if statement is composed of the if keyword followed by a set of parentheses, not brackets, which is followed by a code block or a block statement indicated by a set of curly braces. Inside the parentheses, a condition is provided that evaluates to true or false. The condition evaluates to true, the code inside the curly braces runs or executes. If the condition evaluates to false, the block won't execute. Okay, so let's declare a variable sale and assign it to true. Then we create an if statement. So if sale, then we console.log time to buy. Okay. Notice that the condition inside the if statement ran, since time to buy was logged to the console. Below the sale variable declaration, but before the if statement, reassign the sale to false. Okay, sale equals false. And it doesn't run anymore. Okay, it's a bit more wordy than in Python, but seems manageable. Just got to remember the syntax. If-else statements. In the previous exercise, we used an if statement to checked a condition to decide whether or not to run a block of code. In many cases, we'll have code we want to run if our condition evaluates to false. If we wanted to add some default behavior to the if statement, we can add an else statement to run a block of code when the condition evaluates to false. Interesting. So it's sort of indented. Else statement must be paired with an if statement, and together they are referred to as an if-else statement. The example above, the else statement, uses the else keyword following the code block of an if statement. As a code block that is wrapped by a set of curly braces, the code inside the else statement code block will execute when the if statement's condition evaluates to false. Okay. TechPep is giving us another massive block of documentation to read through. So what do we have here? Some references to books, blogs, examples, variables, external resources, sample code, lots of explanations. This is actually pretty useful. I will keep this handy as well. Structuring objects in arrays, methods, map, filter, reduce, find. Okay, this is good. Thank you, Kek. So add an else statement to the existing if statement. So we just type this and for some reason I want to type in console.log time to wait for sale. Huh? For a sale. Yeah. Okay, so the structure is interesting. As one would think, you would write this outside on this separate line, like here. But okay, it is what it is. Let's move on. Comparison operators. when writing conditional statements, sometimes we need to use different types of operators to compare values. These operators are called comparison operators. So seems to be pretty much the same except this. Equals to is 3 equal signs, and not equals to is exclamation and 2 equal signs. Comparison operators compare the value to the left of the value on the left with the value on the right. It can be helpful to think of comparison statements as questions. When the answer is yes, the statement evaluates to true. When the answer is no, the statement evaluates to false. Code above would be asking, is 10 less than 12? Okay. We're using the identity operator to check if the string apples is the same as the string oranges. All comparison statements evaluate to either true or false and are made up of two values that will be compared and an operator that separates the values and compares them accordingly. Seems simple enough. Let hunger level equals 7. So if hunger level is greater than 7, we do what? Log time to eat. Otherwise, it should log can eat later. So else console.log we can eat later. Something is off. And eat later with an exclamation mark. That's the thing I don't like about Codecademy, is that it's very picky about how you write parts of the code that don't really matter. Okay, simple stuff. Okay, logical operators. Working with conditionals means that we will be using booleans, true or false values. In JavaScript, there are operators that work with boolean values known as logical operators. We can use logical operators to add more sophisticated logic to our conditionals. There are 3 logical operators: the AND operator, the OR operator, the NOT operator, otherwise known as the BANG operator. Okay, so AND OR. When we use the AND operator, we are checking that 2 things are true. When using the AND operator, both conditionals must evaluate to true and the entire condition to evaluate to true and execute. Otherwise, if either condition is false, the AND condition will evaluate to false and the else block will execute. Okay, so the logic is the same except for the actual symbols. When using the OR operator, only one of the conditions must evaluate to true or the overall statement to evaluate to true. In the code example above, if either day equals Saturday or day equals Sunday evaluates to true, the if condition will evaluate to true and its code block will execute. Okay, simple, simple, simple. So there are 2 variables, mood and tiredness level. Let's create an if-else statement that checks if mood is sleepy and tiredness level is greater than 8. Okay, so if mood equals sleepy, and I need to, oh, it's in the same, okay. And tiredness level is greater than 8. Then we console log time to sleep. Otherwise, else console log not bedtime yet. Not bed yet. So after you press run, play around with the or operator and the not equal operator. Not operator. Okay, we're not going to do that. It's fairly straightforward. It's just the symbols that are slightly different, but the logic behind it is the same. Truthy and falsy. Let's consider how non-Boolean data types like strings or numbers are evaluated when checked inside a condition. Sometimes you'll want to check if a variable exists, and you won't necessarily want it to equal a specific value. Check if a variable exists. Okay. Oh, so this is just... The code block in the if statement will run because my variable is a truthy value, even though the value of my variable is not explicitly the value true when used in Boolean or conditional context. It evaluates to true because it has been assigned a non-falsy value. So which values are falsy or evaluate to false when checked as a condition? The list of falsy values includes 0, empty strings. Interesting. Okay, empty strings, null is falsy. Undefined is falsy. And NaN is falsy. Here's an example with numbers. Number of apples is 0 if number of apples, so print no apples left. Okay, so the condition evaluates to false because the value of number of apples is 0. Since 0 is falsy value, the code block in the else statement will run. Okay, so change the value of word count so that it is truthy. Value should still be a number. Change it to 1. String doesn't seem to be empty. And change the value of favorite phrase so that it is still a string, but falsy. So it is still a string, but falsy, so empty string. Yeah. And here, if we change it to, say, null, better get to work. So it's falsy. What if we do nothing? Oh, then we have a syntax error. Wait, let's do this. Oh, because, okay, undefined. Okay. Truthy and falsy assignment. Truthy and falsy evaluations open a world of shorthand possibilities. Say you have a website and want to take a user's username to make a personalized greeting. Sometimes the user does not have an account, making the username variable falsy. The code below checks if username is defined and assigns a default string if it's not. So we assign it with an empty string. And then we have a separate default name, which we then change it to stranger if the username does not provide or does not have a name. Okay, makes sense. If you combine your knowledge of logical operators, you can use a shorthand for the code above. In a Boolean condition, JavaScript assigns the truthy values to a variable or operator in your assignment. Wait, what? In a Boolean condition, JavaScript assigns the truthy value to a variable if you use the OR operator in your assignment. So we're assigning username. Or stranger. So if username would be a truthy value, it would assign the truthy value. If it's a falsy value, it assigns stranger. Okay. So because OR statements check the left-hand condition first, variable default name will be assigned the actual value of username if it's truthy, and it will be assigned the value stranger if the username is falsy. This concept is also referred to as short circuit evaluation. Okay, I'm kind of getting this. So let's use short circuit evaluation to assign a value to writing utensil. Do not edit tool yet. We'll return tool to tool in the next step. Assign writing utensil to the value of tool. Let writing utensil equals tool. And if tool is falsy, assign a default value of pen. So we just do pen like that. Yeah. Notice the text. Notice that the text pen is mightier than the sword logged to the console. Did. Yeah, because that is falsy. Let's see what happens to the value of writing utensil if we reassign the value of tool to marker. So then it changes to marker. Hi, Octay. I don't think I can be of much help, because what you're describing seems a bit above my pay grade. Okay, ternary operator. In the spirit of using shorthand syntax, we can use a ternary operator to simplify an if-else statement. Take a look at the if-else statement example. I took a look. We can use a ternary operator to perform the same functionality. What the hell? Is nighttime question mark? Console log this. Okay, so the condition is nighttime is provided before the question mark. Two expressions follow the question mark and are separated by a colon. If the condition evaluates to true, first expression executes. Okay, this is interesting. So question mark is sort of like an evaluate instead of like an if-else statement. It's the same in C. That seems maybe iffy, but I don't know. I thought the same thing about lambda functions in Python, but then I learned them. So okay. So refactor or edit the first if else block, use a ternary operator. So this one. Factor or edit. Okay, so is locked question mark console log you will need a key to open the door. And then we do this. Shorthand. Actually, Lisp has if condition then else without any extra symbols besides if. Okay, so and then we write the second condition, not the condition, but like the expression. So console.log you will not need a key to open the door. Or maybe it's simpler. I don't know. Okay. Is that correct? No. Did you in the falsy expression? Wait, that should be correct. I need to delete this. No. You will need a key to open the door. Will need a key to open the door. You will not need a key to. Will not need a key to open the door. I mean, it seems correct. I feel like I'm missing something small. Is locked console log. You will need a key to open the door. Console log will not open. Okay. There we go. Refactor the second if else block. Use a ternary operator. Or so is correct question mark console log correct. Otherwise console log correct. Exclamation mark and exclamation mark. There we go. And refactor the third one. So favorite phrase question mark console log. I love that. Otherwise console console log. I don't love that. I don't. Oh, okay. I don't love that. Console? I love that. Console? I don't love that. Oh, what did I miss? Reference error. Favorite phrase is not defined. Favorite. Just copy paste. Apparently I can't write anymore. You changed the third if else statement to use a ternary operator. I did. Wait, let's go back. So if it equals love that. Console log, I love that. So it's not a true and false statement anymore. How does that work? So do I just do instead of the question mark, do I just do an equal sign and equate that to of that? No. Huh. No difference of expressions and statements. What? Oh, never mind. Wait. No, still doesn't work. Favorite phrase. It's definitely time to be sort of ending the day. So, did you change the third if-else statement to use a ternary operator? In your language, everything is an expression. What is your language? Okay, let's see. Oh, it is like that. But then also you have to add the question mark. This is weird. Okay, so if it's true and false, you just need the question mark. If you are equating something to something, then you actually need the expression, or not the expression, but the condition. So in this case, if favorite phrase is equal to love that, then if that evaluates to true, okay, because we, in these two cases, the value assigned to the variable is already true or false. In this case, we need to get to the true or false. So this should work. Yeah. Okay. Else if statements. We can add more conditions to our if else with an else if statement. The else if statement allows for more than two possible outcomes. You can add as many else if statements as you'd like to make more complex conditionals. The else if statement always comes after the if statement and before the else statement. The else if statement also takes a condition. Let's take a look at the syntax. So, it's pretty similar. The syntax is similar. Instead of else, you're just writing else if and providing the condition. The else if statements allow you to have multiple possible outcomes. If else statements are read from top to bottom. So the first condition that evaluates to true from the top to bottom is the block that gets executed. In the example above, since stoplight equals red evaluates to false and stoplight equals yellow evaluates to true, the code inside the first else if statement is executed. The rest of the conditions are not evaluated. If none of the conditions evaluate to true, then the code in the else statement would have executed. Yeah, it is the same syntax. Okay, let's create a program that keeps track of the way the environment changes within the seasons. So there's already an if-else statement in place. Let's add an else-if statement that checks if season is equal to winter. So guess we do it here. It's kind of confusing with all these brackets. Else if. And then it would do this. Wait, no. Wait, no, we can keep the bracket. We just need to add an this thing here. So if season equals winter, we do what? We console log it's winter. Everything is covered in snow. Okay. Now add another else if statement that checks if the season is equal to fall. I guess we can just copy it and just paste it here. Yep. And finally, we're checking if it's summer. I don't know, the syntax seems a bit cumbersome. Maybe I'm just too used to Python. Yeah, should be fine. Let's check. Fall. It's fall. The leaves are falling. What about winter? It's winter. Everything is covered in snow. What about winter? Invalid season. Okay. Next. The switch keyword. Else if statements are a great tool if we need to check multiple conditions. In programming, we often find ourselves needing to check multiple values and handling each of them differently. For example, okay. In the code above, we have a series of conditions. Congrats, you've made a finite state machine. Now make a game of life. Maybe we could have a stream making a game of life. I've seen it being made. I've never made one myself, not even in Python actually. In the code above, we have a series of conditions checking for a value that matches a grocery item variable. Our code works fine, but imagine if we need to check 100 different values. Having to write that many else if statements sounds like a pain. Actually, this reminds me of a video I seen of a guy who actually wrote 4 billion else if statements. A switch statement provides an alternative syntax that is easier to read and write. A switch statement looks like this. Okay, so it's case. But it looks a bit weird. Maybe not. Switch grocery item. Tomato, lime, papaya. And we break. Okay, this is that. Switch keyword initiates the statement and is followed by variable, which contains the value that each case will compare. In the example, the value or expression of the switch statement is grocery item. Inside the block, there are multiple cases. The case keyword checks if the expression matches the specified value that comes after it. The value following the first case is tomato. If the value of grocery item equal tomato, in that case, this console log would run. Okay, let's do this. Let's write a switch statement. Switch statement. Say that 5 times fast. Let's write a switch statement to decide what medal to award an athlete. Athlete final position is already defined at the top of main.js. Start by writing a switch statement with athlete final position as expression. Okay, so switch, and we're doing athlete final position. We need any fancy, no. So case first place, we console log probably gold medal. What? Syntax error? Unexpected identifier? Huh? It's not happy about something. Let's see. Switch. Oh. Missed this. And then we have to indent this. Yeah. 3 cases. First place, have to change this. You get the gold medal. Then we can basically copy paste this. Second place, you get a silver medal. Then third place, you get the Brozny medal, bronze medal. Now add a default statement at the end of the switch that uses a console log to print no medal awarded. Oh, you literally write default instead of like else or something. Okay, so default console log no medal awarded. And break. Yeah. Okay. I guess things to remember, just enclose your conditionals in brackets, in braces. And don't forget this thing after each case. And don't forget the default. Way to go. Here are some of the major concepts for conditionals. An if statement checks a condition and will execute a task if that condition evaluates to true. If else statements make binary decisions and execute different code blocks based on a provided condition. We can add more conditions using else if statements. Comparison operators including blah 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 can compare two values. The logical and operator. The logical and operator or and checks. That's a confusing way to write it. Okay, so we have and, or, and not operators, and the ternary operator shorthand to simplify concise if-else statements, and a switch statement can be used to simplify the process of writing multiple else-if statements. Quiz? Quiz! Which of the following variables contains a truly value? Nope. 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 Yes. What is the general purpose of a conditional statement? Conditional statements answer binary yes or no questions. Yes. Conditional statements make all computers capable of thought. And we have AI. That's how we have AI. Conditional statements evaluate code as either true or false. Wait, what? Conditional statements value code. Well, okay, that's, yeah. Okay, I fucked up. I'm gonna restart. Don't look. What will the following code log to the console? So we have a variable that evaluates to true. So if I need tacos, we find tacos. Otherwise, keep on keeping on. Do we need tacos? Let's go find some tacos. I need some tacos. If is hungry equals true, which of the following expressions evaluates to true? What? So, okay, is hungry, if, is hungry is true. So, if true does not equal false, this should evaluate to true. I don't know what this is. That's not even an expression. Not true. So false does not equal true. That's false. And so I guess this one. Translate this to JavaScript. Log bear to console if is furry is true and weight is over 100 pounds. So, and, so this falls out. This is if it's not furry and the weight is less than 100 pounds. What is the general purpose of a conditional statement? Conditional statements evaluate code as either true or false. Make this statement valid. What operator belongs in the blank space below? If coin equals heads? Yeah. What will the code block log to the console? Holy shit. Clothing choice. Okay, so if it's spring, put on the rain boots. And it is spring. So we put on the rain boots. How would you properly refactor this code block using the ternary operator? Like this. Wait. Yeah, because we need console log still. Which of the following variables contains a truly variable? That's this one. What will the code block log to the console? Okay, so we have runtime and run distance. So if the runtime is less or equal to 30 and the run distance is more than 3.5, which is not. Otherwise, if runtime is more than 30 and run distance is less than 3, You're not making your pace. Otherwise, if runtime is more than 30 or run distance is more than 3, but this will evaluate first, so still the correct answer. Otherwise, keep running. So yeah, because runtime is more than 30 and the run distance is less than 3. Wait, no, it's not less than 3, it's more than 3. Never mind. So this one, nice workout. Good thing I spotted my mistake. What will the code log, code block log to the console? Grocery item equals apple. Switch grocery item apple. Default invalid item. Yep. 100%. Well, not really. I cheated a little bit. Don't tell anyone. Okay, we have 2 projects left for tomorrow, I suppose. Let's see how we did today. Okay, so we finished the foundations of web development today and almost halfway through JavaScript syntax part 1. Tomorrow we should be able to finish part 1 and probably be around the same percentage on part 2. And we still have a whole lot of work ahead. But one day at a time, we'll knock this out. We're at 11% overall. It seems like while streaming, I'm going faster than I did when I was learning algorithms and data structures.